Greetings to colleagues and friends around the world. My name is Nettie Malloy of the EI Executive Board and a former president of the Jamaica Teachers Association, and since June, a trustee. I am coming to you live from capital city, Kingston, Jamaica. Since we began World Teachers Day more than 19 hours ago, 19 hours, Lily, yes, in the Asia Pacific region, we have been inspired and energized by all the educators we've met along the journey, friends and partners who support quality education for all. For these next 4 hours, I'm so happy to be joined by Lily Eskelsen-García, Vice President of EI until just this September. She's coming to us live from El Paso, Texas. She was the president of the National Education Association. Good afternoon, Lily.
Well, and hello, Nadine, and Caribbean and Canada and the United States and the rest of the world. Our region is so proud to have our turn. And did you say 19 hours? Oh, my Lord. So how many of you out there have been with us the entire 19 hours? Please raise your hand. No, please don't raise your hand. I'm just kidding, because we can't see you. But whether you've been on this entire time or you've just joined us right now, we hope that you'll let us know where you are and what you're thinking in this bizarre time that we're all living through by tagging it at hashtag 5OCT live, OCT for 5th of October. So that's hashtag 5OCT live.
So Lily, we're now in the region of EI known as the North America Caribbean, including the island where I am now, US, where you are, Canada, and Mexico. We are going to meet some exceptional educators and have some very informative discussions live across the region.
We are, Nadine. We're going to continue our day now in our 19th hour. I'm sorry you told me that. I'm tired just thinking about it. By going to Mexico with a series of presentations from Sindicato Nacional de Trabajadores de la Educación. That is the National Education Workers Union, or CENTE, one of the largest and most active unions in the region. Like educators across the entire globe, our Mexican colleagues are dealing with COVID-19 in the classrooms and in their homes, but they're also working on critical issues from the pandemic, including school dropouts, inequality, racial justice, and domestic violence. We want to begin with a message from the General Secretary, Secretario General of CENTE, Alfonso Cepeda Salas. Let's go to Mexico and our colleague Alfonso.
Cuando cierro los ojos y pienso en la palabra maestro, maestra, viene a mi mente un rostro, una voz, una mirada, un sueño por cumplir. Hoy que tengo hijos, busqué para ellos la escuela en la que me formaron, porque quiero encontrar para mis pequeños el mismo lugar mágico que me hizo feliz, donde conocí el valor de convivir con el conocimiento, el valor del otro, donde aprendí a ser. Recuerdo a mis maestros con admiración. Cada día me sorprendían. Creo que en su casa seguían trabajando para sus alumnos, que sueñan sus clases, que explican lo que la mirada de alguno les dice que no entendió. Ahora, aun cuando las escuelas están cerradas, ellos han hecho de cada casa su aula. Llegan sus voces en las tareas que escriben en cartulinas que pegan en las bardas, en cuadernillos que mandan en camiones repartidores, en mensajes de texto, a través de internet o la televisión. Su vida de maestro está donde encuentran a sus alumnos. Trabajan más, pero no se detienen. Su vocación es superior a su cansancio. En esta difícil etapa, en millones de hogares a lo largo y ancho de nuestro país, hemos reconocido y añorado a los maestros y maestras. Cuán difícil es su profesión y cuánta incomprensión han vivido. Ser maestra, ser maestro, es un orgullo, Son ustedes quienes le dan sentido a la patria. Gracias a ustedes, en medio de la adversidad, la educación sigue adelante. Por eso estamos seguros que con ustedes, después de estos días tan difíciles, México recuperará lo más hermoso que tiene: una nación. Soñar el futuro y aprender a construirlo de la mano de un maestro, de una maestra, es abrazarles en la distancia y recordarles que millones de niños, niñas y jóvenes los extrañan, que millones de madres y padres de familia los necesitamos y que como nunca apreciamos lo que son y lo que hacen cada día.
Compañeras y compañeros, docentes de todo el mundo, saludo fraternalmente desde México a nombre del Sindicato Nacional de Trabajadores de la Educación a todas las organizaciones docentes de cada país, muy especialmente a las afiliadas a la Internacional de la Educación. Reciban nuestras felicitaciones y solidaridad siempre y especialmente en este día.
Nada nos detiene. El esfuerzo, la capacidad de inventar, de innovar, no conoce límites cuando un maestro decide estar cerca de sus alumnos, aún a la distancia. Veamos su testimonio. Una vez que demostramos el inquebrantable compromiso con nuestros alumnos y con México, las clases no se han interrumpido. Los 35 millones de alumnos son atendidos. La vocación que distingue a nuestra profesión, aunada a la responsabilidad, ha subrayado la creatividad, la entrega y valentía del magisterio mexicano.
El apoyo directo a iniciativas y esfuerzos creativos de maestras y maestros que hicieron proezas para mantener contacto con sus estudiantes, periódicos murales en las paredes exteriores de los planteles escolares, el uso de su telefonía celular personal, comprando tiempo aire con sus propios recursos, distribución de materiales educativos impresos en lugares lejanos, recurriendo incluso al transporte de distribuidoras comerciales de refrescos o panes, posteando mensajes y clases enteras en redes sociales, por mencionar algunos ejemplos.
La pandemia nos ha afectado. La población sigue sufriendo circunstancias adversas, pero el sector educativo está en pie.
Su nombre es Fabiola Paz Franco. Ella es maestra de educación primaria en la Escuela Centenario de la Revolución Mexicana, ubicada en la localidad de Otón P. Blanco, en el estado de Quintana Roo. Su reto es que sus alumnos puedan acceder a las tareas, actividades y clases virtuales.
Buen día, compañeros trabajadores de la educación. Mi nombre es Fabiola Paz Franco. Soy maestra de educación primaria. Actualmente laboro en la Escuela Centenario de la Revolución Mexicana, perteneciente al municipio de Otón P. Blanco, aquí en Quintana Roo. Durante esta contingencia, estoy trabajando con mis alumnos a través de clases virtuales. Estas clases virtuales se las transmito a través de un canal de YouTube. Este canal fue posible realizarlo gracias al apoyo de mi hija, ya que aquí en casa preparo las clases, mi hija me filma y luego la sube al canal de YouTube. Diariamente les envío a los padres de familia por medio del grupo de WhatsApp que tenemos el link en donde ellos pueden tener acceso a estas clases y de esta manera los niños puedan ver los contenidos del programa de cuarto grado. Aunado a las clases virtuales, también diariamente les envío a los niños un temario a través de un documento de Word. En este documento están todos los temas que estamos viendo en la clase virtual, así como las actividades de las materias correspondientes.
La inequidad, la exclusión es el rostro más insultante de la pandemia y nuestro mayor reto. Proteger la salud de las comunidades educativas con información veraz, clara, oportuna y accesible a todas y todos. Reconocer el papel de las mujeres y el valor de los saberes de nuestros pueblos originarios son temas prioritarios para nosotros. Vamos a verlo.
Asumimos la corresponsabilidad con las comunidades educativas y la sociedad de difundir información veraz y recomendaciones proporcionadas por las autoridades de salud y los organismos internacionales.
El diseño y la divulgación de información precisa, clara, incluyente, en lenguas indígenas y lenguaje de señas, a partir de datos científicos, redactada con sencillez y apoyos gráficos basada en recomendaciones de la OMS, la UNESCO y de la propia IE. Esta ha sido una de las iniciativas sociales en materia de divulgación más eficaz contra la confusión, el desconocimiento y la información falsa.
México. Igual no sería ni la sí, que saben que se hueco con el coronavirus COVID-19. Y fui, bueno, sí que es nada que no se me la dicción que fue sin desnavate. Y come, este que tiene gel antibacterial. Y calle y cuando te las palos, macas te maques que estén a palo, ni un macas te pizza. Y canawi, y cuando te tatas, smokamachakwa, ni más me acachakwa y como mate te pongo. Macas musak mamá toca, macas casi no acaso, ni mistoloropa. Y cualquier caiwan platos, como te quedan sacan a simétrica hueca o aquí te tatuan. Macas de que tiene teléfono celular, no son ni macas de planeta, ni macas de que tiene las motati. Ni masaca también, macas sube a campa mía que estopan nos ensalía ya. Y el juicio no negative chivas que tiene chivo. Y pañuito en las ley, campa te come te quise te chivo en calza más silme. Esquitos de vacaciones. Ka, santi que ne que caso camatica y calle hui, tiene que sumar ni más mu.
México y el mundo enfrentan la pandemia del coronavirus COVID-19 que todos podemos contener con normas básicas de higiene. Lavarse las manos con agua y jabón o usar gel antibacterial. Al toser o estornudar, cubrir boca y nariz. Evitar saludar de mano, abrazo o beso. No tocarse la cara, boca, nariz ni ojos. Mantener una distancia de 1 metro con otra persona. Tu teléfono celular no lo prestes ni uses el de alguien más. Y no acudir a lugares de concentración pública. En este receso escolar, que no son vacaciones, y esto hay que recordárselo a todos, cuídate y protege a tu familia del coronavirus. Debes estar atento a su salud. Si tú o alguno de ellos presenta fiebre, tos seca, dolor de cabeza, cansancio o tiene problemas para respirar y otros malestares, no te automediques. Consulta a un médico o acude a una clínica. Insistimos, no son vacaciones. Se trata de un distanciamiento y aislamiento social por el COVID-19. Por ello, durante lo que dura la emergencia sanitaria, procura proteger a los adultos mayores, nuestros padres y abuelos. Ellos son los más vulnerables ante el coronavirus COVID-19. No pongas en riesgo sus vidas. Quédate en casa y no hagas reuniones. No salgas a visitar familiares o amigos. Protégete y protege a los demás.
Nuestras compañeras trabajadoras, madres, maestras y sindicalistas han sostenido el funcionamiento de su hogar y del sistema educativo nacional. Han liderado luchas educativas y gremiales. En las colonias, pueblos y comunidades, están luchando por mejorar las condiciones de vida para sus alumnos a partir de la educación. En esta nueva etapa del sistema educativo, la nueva escuela mexicana está llamada a ser la principal institución para construir la convivencia democrática y pacífica de las comunidades educativas. Y sobre esta base, edificar una sociedad incluyente, libre de discriminación y de violencia. Una sociedad igualitaria en la que nadie se sienta excluida o excluido.
La crisis de COVID-19 ha exacerbado las desigualdades subyacentes en todo el mundo, afectando a los grupos más vulnerables y con frecuencia discriminados por razones de género, pobreza, origen étnico, condición migratoria, entre otras.
Las y los maestros estamos presentes en cada comunidad, en cada familia. Somos testigos, actores y promotores de los derechos de estos grupos a la educación, a la salud, al bienestar. Las organizaciones sindicales asumimos corresponsablemente este reto prioritario que enfrenta el mundo, la equidad.
Celebramos que México fuese la sede de la firma de la Declaración de los Pinos de UNESCO, construyendo un decenio de acciones para las lenguas indígenas, que establece la centralidad de los pueblos indígenas con el lema Nada para nosotros y nosotros. Reivindica sus derechos y reconoce su valiosa aportación a la riqueza de la diversidad.
La desigualdad tiene uno de sus rostros más crueles en la discriminación por cuestiones de género. La pandemia ha hecho aún más visibles las cargas excesivas de trabajo que soportan las mujeres. A su actividad profesional se suman las múltiples tareas de cuidado de la familia, alimentación, salud física y emocional y el apoyo a sus hijos en la educación a distancia.
El aislamiento ha visibilizado la violencia contra las mujeres que se ha disipado en todo el mundo. No podemos dar por sentado el progreso que hemos logrado. La lección es educar en las masculinidades alternativas. El CENTE se ha comprometido con la construcción de un gran acuerdo social, 10 compromisos que ha suscrito nuestro secretario general, maestro Alfonso Cepeda Salas, para potenciar la plena participación de las mujeres a través de la igualdad de oportunidades y coadyuvar a construir soluciones definitivas desde nuestro ámbito para vencer los desafíos vinculados a la pobreza, la desigualdad, la inseguridad y la violencia contra las mujeres y niñas.
La solidaridad es una de las banderas del sindicalismo internacional. Reconocer a los trabajadores y trabajadoras de la salud, héroes en la primera línea de combate en estos tiempos, es nuestro deber y convicción.
En esta hora de enormes desafíos, reconocemos la valentía de quienes están en el primer frente de esta batalla. Por ello, expresamos nuestra gratitud a todo el personal del Sistema Nacional de Salud, cuyo personal médico, de enfermería y apoyo administrativo, trabajan incansablemente. Sabemos que están a cargo de frenar esta pandemia. Valoramos profundamente su entrega para proteger y salvar nuestras vidas. Reciban este homenaje de las maestras y los maestros del CENTE. Nuestra solidaridad es permanente. Hoy se hace presente en esta entrega de materiales para su cuidado y protección.
Pusimos a disposición del Gobierno de la República infraestructura del patrimonio sindical, centros sociales, culturales y deportivos en todo el país, para ser habilitados como hospitales emergentes.
También quiero aprovechar aquí para comentar que el ISSSTE ha recibido donaciones de diferentes organismos públicos y sociales. Por ejemplo, quiero reconocer a el Sindicato Nacional de Trabajadores de Educación, a su dirigente Alfonso Cepeda.
Extendimos nuestra solidaridad con el personal médico, de enfermería y de apoyo hospitalario, entregando una dotación material de higiene y protección sanitaria a los hospitales COVID que nos atienden. Esa entrega en cada hospital fue en el marco de una campaña de reconocimiento y homenaje público a las y los trabajadores de los servicios de salud.
En el pasado, nuestros héroes nos defendieron de los invasores. Hoy, nuestro país recibe el ataque de un enemigo invisible. Un enemigo que no se combate con espadas ni armas de fuego. Sin embargo, esta lucha también es por nuestra libertad. La libertad de abrazar al amigo y al hermano. La libertad de besar al abuelo y reunirte con todos los que amas. Hoy, el Sindicato Nacional de Trabajadores de la Educación reconoce a nuestros héroes. Médicos, doctoras, personal de enfermería y todo el personal de salud que son nuestra primera línea de defensa. A ustedes les damos las gracias por su lucha incansable. Unidos como siempre, cuenten con nosotros para enfrentar esta adversidad. Armados con una bata, una mascarilla y un corazón inquebrantable, ustedes son los héroes que hoy luchan para recuperar nuestra libertad. Gracias a ustedes, al final de esta adversidad, veremos a nuestros seres queridos para decirles de frente y cara a cara, qué bueno es tenerte a mi lado.
El abandono escolar es un riesgo para miles de alumnos en condiciones de vulnerabilidad cuando la escuela está cerrada. ¿Qué está haciendo el CENTE para prevenir y, en su caso, atender este grave problema? Veamos.
Ante la posibilidad del abandono escolar, estamos trabajando en diversas campañas y acciones para que todos continúen con sus estudios.
Oportunamente detectamos que algunos alumnos, por diversas circunstancias, tal vez no regresarán a clase en el inicio del ciclo escolar 2020-2021. Ante ese riesgo lanzamos la campaña nacional Quédate en casa, quédate en clase, con el propósito de evitar al máximo el abandono escolar.
El Sindicato Nacional de los Trabajadores de la Educación arrancó la campaña Quédate en casa, en clase. Quédate en clase, que busca evitar que niños y jóvenes abandonen sus estudios como consecuencia de la crisis económica derivada de la pandemia. En redes sociales, el CENTE difundió videos e infografías con recomendaciones para que docentes, madres y padres de familia puedan llevar la educación a distancia. Resaltó que la tecnología no podrá sustituir el vínculo entre profesores y estudiantes, pero es importante no dejar de asistir a clases. La SEP estima que al menos un 10% de los estudiantes de preescolar, primaria y secundaria, lo que representa 2.5 millones, podrían abandonar la escuela durante la pandemia.
De darse a conocer los números que hablan de la deserción de poco más de 2.500.000 alumnos de nivel básico a causa de la pandemia, el Sindicato Nacional de Trabajadores de la Educación lanzó la campaña Quédate en clase. Con esta hace un llamado a los maestros a buscar a los alumnos que han abandonado las aulas con el objetivo de que regresen a su proceso de aprendizaje.
¿Cómo ayudamos? ¿Qué hacemos desde acá para que los niños no se desanimen, para que sigan asistiendo a sus clases aunque sea a distancia, para que lo aprovechen lo más posible? ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Qué hacemos nosotros desde este lado de los medios y qué como padres de familia?
Quizá terminar cada uno de sus programas noticieros o los programas que tienen las televisoras, la radio, con la frase dirigida a las niñas y a los niños, a las alumnas y a los alumnos. Sí, quédate en casa, pero quédate en clase.
El mundo entró en pausa. Dejamos de salir, de vernos y de asistir a la escuela. Tu educación nunca se detuvo. Gracias a las maestras y los maestros de México, la escuela fue a tu casa. Sabemos que extrañas a tus compañeros, tu patio, el recreo, y la convivencia en tu salón de clases. Pero debemos seguir por un tiempo más estudiando a distancia. Así que este 24 de agosto reiniciaremos el nuevo ciclo escolar desde casa. Ya verás que muy pronto podremos todos vernos de vuelta en la escuela. Mientras tanto, este 24 de agosto termina la pausa y comienza en todo el país el regreso a clases. Presente desde casa, te pedimos que no faltes. Tu educación es tan importante como cuidar tu salud. Quédate en casa, pero quédate en clase.
Está en marcha también la segunda fase de la campaña nacional Quédate en casa, quédate en clase, a través de una convocatoria a los trabajadores de la educación, a la sociedad, a empresarios y todo el sector productivo. Estamos solicitando computadoras, televisores, radios, tabletas electrónicas y teléfonos celulares para donar a los estudiantes que carecen de esos medios para participar en los programas de educación a distancia durante esta pandemia.
Ante el desafío de la pandemia del coronavirus COVID-19, el CENTE convoca a toda la sociedad a su campaña Quédate en clase, segunda fase.
El objetivo es recibir donación de computadoras, tabletas, celulares y televisiones, nuevos o usados, que podrán entregar en todas las sedes sindicales del CENTE. El reto es proveer a alumnos de escasos recursos de herramientas tecnológicas para que afronten con éxito sus clases a distancia. Todo lo que se recabe será entregado a quienes hoy más lo necesitan el próximo 5 de octubre, Día Mundial del Docente. El CENTE, por su parte, dispondrá en todas sus secciones sindicales del país espacios funcionales con internet y herramientas digitales, a fin de que maestros y alumnos concreten el ciclo escolar 2020-2021.
¡Felicidades por esta campaña! ¡Qué mejor manera de celebrar este Día Mundial del Docente! Si la educación pública para todas y todos es una prioridad para el CENTE, no menos importante es la defensa de los derechos de los trabajadores de la educación. De la mano y en consulta permanente con nuestros agremiados, el CENTE ha desarrollado una agenda sindical que reconoce el valor de los docentes y atiende sus demandas. Aquí algunos resultados.
Planteamos demandas y realizamos acciones desde nuestro ámbito para reducir la brecha tecnológica y de conectividad de maestros, familias y comunidades.
Compartiremos con ustedes el conjunto de acciones a las que les dimos relevancia en nuestra agenda sindical, priorizando la salud de los alumnos y de las y los trabajadores de la educación, así como la certeza laboral y de seguridad social de nuestras compañeras y compañeros.
En México, hemos afianzado la certeza laboral. Logramos además un incremento al salario en el mes de mayo. No ha sido así en varios países que integran nuestra internacional sindical, en los que se ha puesto en riesgo la viabilidad de la escuela pública. Expresamos desde aquí nuestra más firme solidaridad con la lucha de las organizaciones docentes que defienden la escuela pública y las condiciones laborales de maestras y maestros.
Esta pandemia ha potenciado el imprescindible valor de los docentes para lograr que los sistemas de educación pública sean viables, se fortalezcan y sigan siendo la principal plataforma para la igualdad de oportunidades, el desarrollo incluyente y el bienestar de los pueblos.
Hacemos nuestra, por supuesto, la posición expresada por el Consejo Ejecutivo de la Internacional de la Educación para que la crisis del COVID-19 se aborde desde un enfoque humano e impulsemos la solidaridad mundial.
El establecimiento de un sistema de guardias para la atención sindical permanente en caso de incidencias laborales durante la fase de confinamiento. Apoyo a compañeros representantes sindicales que han enfermado y a las familias de quienes lamentablemente han fallecido.
Sobre el avance de la pandemia, garantizamos el derecho a la educación. Paralelamente, mantenemos la defensa de las condiciones sanitarias, los derechos laborales y salariales de nuestras compañeras y compañeros trabajadores de la educación.
Una agenda pendiente es el sistema pensionario del régimen de cuentas individuales. Hemos planteado reiteradamente en las sesiones del Consejo Ejecutivo de la IE. A principios de este mes, entregamos al presidente de la República nuestra propuesta para reformar ese sistema y elevar casi al triple la expectativa de pensión de quienes están en ese régimen. La respuesta, a pesar de la crisis económica, fue satisfactoria. A más tardar en el primer semestre del 2021, se estará abordando esa reforma.
No se han cancelado becas ni apoyos a los estudiantes. Se está invirtiendo más en materiales educativos. Se actualiza el magisterio a toda velocidad en el uso de nuevas tecnologías.
Ningún maestro ni trabajador de apoyo dentro de la educación pública ha perdido su empleo ni disminuido su salario y prestaciones. Hemos garantizado sus derechos laborales, de salud, seguridad y pensiones.
Estimadas compañeras, estimados compañeros, que estamos privilegiando el cuidado de la salud de los alumnos y de ustedes. Les ratifico que su sindicato, el CENTE, está a la altura para seguir defendiendo la escuela pública y los derechos de los trabajadores de la educación.
En todo el mundo se busca reducir el daño para los sistemas educativos provocados por el aislamiento social preventivo. Los gobiernos de cada país ponen en marcha alternativas de educación a distancia. Ninguna de esas opciones ha podido realizarse sin la participación de las maestras y los maestros. Esta crisis ha demostrado que los docentes son pilares insustituibles para concretar el proceso educativo. Por eso, en México, se espera con el mayor de los deseos la reapertura de las escuelas, el reencuentro presencial de las comunidades educativas.
Debemos reconocer que, a diferencia de otras experiencias internacionales, el Gobierno de México ha sido sensible al fortalecimiento de la educación pública, porque en las condiciones actuales de crisis económica y limitaciones presupuestales, bajo gobiernos de tendencia neoliberal, difícilmente hubiéramos alcanzado los acuerdos que obtuvimos como respuesta salarial y prestacional.
9 de la mañana en punto y continuamos con la información. Aún con las alternativas para continuar con la educación, las maestras y los maestros son insustituibles, aseguró el secretario de Educación Pública, quien reconoció que los docentes voluntariamente aprovecharon el tiempo en seguir el aprendizaje de sus alumnos y en capacitarse. 1 millón de maestros se inscribió a cursos de herramientas digitales. Las clases continuarán por 6 canales de televisión en todo el país y donde no llegue la señal se hará a través de estaciones de radio y cuadernillos. El presidente, además, comentó que en las clases de televisión habrá maestros de muy buen nivel que van a estar impartiendo todas las materias de acuerdo con el plan educativo. Se va a invitar también a maestros de gran nivel académico, a científicos que nos van a ayudar, intelectuales para reforzar todo el proceso de enseñanza-aprendizaje. Eso dijo el presidente de la República durante su conferencia mañanera al lado del secretario de Educación Pública.
Las maestras y maestros de México no han abandonado a sus niñas y niños. Ahí están por todos los medios posibles y a su alcance ayudándolos. Y quienes no pueden verlos, les adelantaron las tareas y trabajos para seguir los planes de estudio. Hoy la sociedad mexicana ha rebasado al magisterio porque al tratar de apoyarlos en su casa, las madres y padres de familia se preguntan cómo pueden, cómo le hacen para guiar a nuestras hijas e hijos y que se concentren en su aprendizaje todos los días. Han descubierto que las maestras y maestros son insustituibles. Amigas maestras, amigos maestros, los queremos, los admiramos, los necesitamos. Gracias a todos y a todas en educación básica, en preescolar, en educación media superior y en educación superior.
Seguimos con más noticias. Al participar en la 4ª reunión virtual de la UNESCO, el secretario de Educación, Esteban Moctezuma Barragán, destacó la labor de los docentes mexicanos durante la pandemia. Afirmó que el magisterio demuestra el gran compromiso que tienen con sus alumnos al realizar todos los esfuerzos necesarios para mantener comunicación con ellos y añadió que se mantiene un programa de capacitación para el personal docente a través de las plataformas digitales de Google y Microsoft. Aplaudió la respuesta y participación de los padres de familia durante toda la emergencia, pues tienen la oportunidad de reconocer la importancia del trabajo de las maestras y maestros para la educación de sus hijos. Moctezuma Barragán también subrayó la implementación del programa Aprende en Casa, que tiene como eje rector a los libros de texto gratuitos.
Esta pandemia demostró que las escuelas no son los lugares físicos, son el corazón de nuestras comunidades. La sociedad está reaprendiendo que la escuela y sus maestros son esenciales e insustituibles, porque ustedes son la vida que hace latir con fuerza estos corazones.
Compañeras, compañeros, nos acercamos al final de esta transmisión desde México.
Hemos querido compartir con sencillez, con honestidad y transparencia, un poco de la experiencia que estamos viviendo en México en un contexto de adversidad planetaria.
Hace un año, con motivo del Día Mundial del Docente, convocamos en México a una concentración en la plaza central de la capital mexicana, en lo que fue la primera movilización de esa dimensión realizada en la historia del CENTE. Más de 130,000 trabajadores de la educación de todas las regiones de todos los estados del territorio nacional.
Este año, la conmemoración es virtual. Nuestro alcance será mayor. Es una movilización de nuevo tipo. Es parte de la construcción del nuevo tiempo en el que la comunidad educativa tiene mucha experiencia que aportar.
Le hemos expresado a toda la sociedad, a las madres y los padres de familia, que esta pandemia no nos ha paralizado. La educación a distancia no es algo que hubiéramos deseado. Es la alternativa de alcance para mantener vigente el derecho a la educación de las niñas, los niños y los jóvenes. Recordemos que las escuelas nos esperan a todos. Cuando llegue el momento de su reapertura, nos reencontraremos en ella, cuando los riesgos de la salud estén minimizados.
También tenemos que decir y dejar en claro que la educación a distancia no puede reemplazar la convivencia ni las experiencias que requiere el proceso educativo, como tampoco la relación que existe entre las comunidades educativas.
La escuela es comunidad, y mientras exista esta comunidad entre alumnos, maestros y padres de familia, la educación seguirá siendo el mayor movimiento social que existe en México, en el mundo y el mayor capital social con que cuenta la humanidad.
Nos hemos reunido, las maestras y los maestros del mundo, para compartir nuestras lecciones, convocados por la Internacional de la Educación, para celebrar nuestros logros, liderar el cambio y construir el futuro.
En el contexto actual, y como parte de la conmemoración del Día Mundial del Docente, la UNESCO hace un llamado a los gobiernos para proteger empleos y salarios, priorizar la salud, la seguridad y bienestar de los trabajadores de la educación y a los alumnos, involucrar a las y los docentes en la elaboración de las respuestas educativas a la pandemia por COVID-19, hacer de la equidad el centro de las respuestas educativas e incluir a los docentes en las intervenciones de ayuda, porque el apoyo de los maestros aumentará la eficacia de la respuesta a las crisis. En el Sindicato Nacional de Trabajadores de la Educación, uno somos todos y todos somos uno. Reiteramos nuestra solidaridad y felicitaciones a todas y todos nuestros compañeros docentes y a sus organizaciones sindicales.
Mis compañeros, porque a mis compañeros me gustaba verlos y jugar con ellos, y a mi maestra la quería mucho, pues jugar con mis amigos, trabajar, estar en mi salón, que la extraño mucho y que la amo.
Veamos Escuchemos, para terminar, algunas voces de docentes de México que en la sencillez de su lenguaje nos muestran la profundidad de su convicción, de su vocación, de su compromiso con la educación de las niñas, niños y jóvenes.
La conmemoración del Día Mundial del Docente tiene como propósito darles visibilidad a las recomendaciones que la OIT y la UNESCO impulsan.
Las crisis sanitarias y económicas mundiales afectan los sistemas educativos, así como las condiciones laborales y el ejercicio de la docencia en la enseñanza pública.
Desde la Internacional de la Educación, aportaremos propuestas para hacer de esta crisis una oportunidad para construir un mejor futuro para nuestros pueblos a partir de la educación.
En México, logramos en el diálogo con las autoridades que el sector educativo fuera el primero en confinarse. Esta acción coadyuvó a reducir los contagios del coronavirus. Al desmovilizar a poco más de 40 millones de personas, que en torno a los 35 millones de estudiantes, las familias y los 2 millones de trabajadores de la educación, cotidianamente se convierten en el motor que dinamiza la sociedad.
Este 2020 la UNESCO denominó Docentes, liderar en situaciones de crisis, reinventar el futuro. La conmemoración del Día Mundial del Docente, porque somos nosotros, las y los docentes del mundo, el centro de los esfuerzos para que a nadie se le cancele el derecho a la educación.
En el CENTE de México organizamos nuestra acción en diversos ejes.
Su nombre es Brenda Gabriela Figueroa Nava. Ella es directora de la telesecundaria José Vasconcelos, ubicada en Manzanillo, Colima. Su reto es planear de manera ordenada todas las herramientas, tanto tradicionales como digitales, para enfrentar el reto de impartir clases a distancia.
Primeramente, nos dimos a la tarea de recabar los números telefónicos de cada uno de los estudiantes para poder tener contacto con ellos. Posteriormente, se aplicó una encuesta a cada estudiante, la cual fue contestada por mamá o papá, en donde nosotros rescatábamos cuáles eran los medios disponibles que tenían estos estudiantes para comunicarse. Finalmente, antes de iniciar el ciclo escolar, se realizó una reunión virtual con mamá, papá, donde se explicaba cada uno de los aspectos que se iban a trabajar durante el ciclo escolar presente y durante este momento de contingencia. Posterior a ello, se realizaron reuniones virtuales con los estudiantes para poderles decir cómo es la manera de trabajo de cada docente. De los 6 docentes que integran la plantilla escolar, se está trabajando a través de Classroom y WhatsApp, así como tenemos algunos estudiantes que también trabajan a través de cuadernillos. Es mínima la cantidad que trabajan con cuadernillos, pero sí los tenemos, porque no tienen acceso a internet y no tienen medio electrónico, e incluso no tienen televisión para poder ver los programas de televisión. Entonces se acordó con los docentes para elaborar un cuadernillo que apoyara a los estudiantes y pudieran continuar con sus aprendizajes. Las docentes y el maestro realizan sesiones virtuales de manera semanal. Estas son llevadas a cabo por Zoom, WhatsApp, Facebook y Meet. Lo hacen por grupos de 10 estudiantes aproximadamente. Normalmente no lo hacen trabajando con todo el grupo, porque en la escuela telesecundaria tenemos grupos aproximados entre 25 y 27 estudiantes. Entonces esto repercute a que no se dé una sesión con productividad, y entonces ellos lo que hacen es dividir el grupo en 2 grupos, y entonces tienen sesiones virtuales con ellos de manera separada con sus 2 grupos. Para las planificaciones de estas semanas, que fueron de reforzamiento, se están utilizando fichas descriptivas, los resultados de su examen de diagnóstico que cada uno de los docentes aplicó. Se está revisando los aprendizajes esperados del ciclo anterior que cada uno de los estudiantes vieron y que ahora pueden ser necesarios para los nuevos aprendizajes. También se están utilizando los cuadernillos de Vamos a Regreso, los cuadernillos de reforzamiento que se encuentran en algunas redes sociales, los programas de televisión, de Aprende en Casa. Estos son algunos de los aspectos que se están considerando para trabajar durante estas 3 semanas de reforzamiento. También tenemos 2 plataformas que se están trabajando, que se están revisando. Una es la de EducaPlay y la otra es de unas fichas de recursos de actividades que se encuentran en la página de la Secretaría. Tenemos también la actividad con los docentes de identificar las y los estudiantes con riesgo. Ante estos estudiantes se realizan videollamadas de WhatsApp para tener un acercamiento y una comunicación más continua con ellos. Estas son algunas de las actividades que se están realizando en la Escuela Telesecundaria José Vasconcelos. Juntos, las docentes y el docente y su servidora estamos tratando de que lleguen los aprendizajes de la mejor manera a los estudiantes. Sin duda, esto sigue siendo un reto. Seguimos con situaciones de apatía o de falta de tiempo de las mamás y papás para poder apoyar a sus hijos, y esto permea en las actividades escolares.
Su nombre es Denise Hernández Miramontes. Ella es maestra de educación física en Chihuahua, Chihuahua. Su reto es que en esta cuarentena, la educación física sirva para lograr un estado de bienestar.
Hola, soy Denise Hernández Miramontes, soy maestra de educación física y doy clases en la ciudad de Chihuahua, Chihuahua. Sé que estamos pasando por tiempos muy difíciles, tiempos de cuarentena, tiempo de estar en casa. También sé que como docentes esto ha implicado un gran reto para la educación. Pero ¿saben algo? Creo que estamos evolucionando, nos estamos reinventando. Y bueno, la educación física no se puede quedar atrás, menos ahora que juega un papel fundamental, ya que el activarnos, el poner nuestro cuerpo en movimiento, fortalece no solo nuestro físico, sino lo psicológico. Fortalece nuestro cuerpo, nuestra autoestima, nuestra creatividad. En pocas palabras, nos pone más felices. Es por ello que debemos acompañar a nuestros alumnos y padres de familia en este proceso, ya que será la educación física la que inyecte felicidad en cada uno de esos hogares.
Su nombre es Carlos José Carrillo Pérez. Él es subdirector de la Secundaria General Gabriel García Márquez, ubicada en Playa del Carmen, estado de Quintana Roo. Su reto es estar siempre en contacto con los maestros, padres de familia y alumnos, para que la información que se necesite esté en diferentes plataformas.
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes, soy el maestro Carlos José Luis Carrillo Pérez, soy el subdirector de la Escuela Secundaria General Gabriel García Márquez, ubicada en la localidad de Playa del Carmen. Nosotros, desde que inició el ciclo escolar, contamos con grupos de WhatsApp de cada uno de los 15 grupos del turno matutino y 6 grupos del turno vespertino. Desde que inició la contingencia hemos estado en comunicación con el personal docente y ellos nos envían las actividades cada 15 días. Les damos formato y enviamos estas actividades a través de los grupos de WhatsApp. Adicionalmente, creamos una cuenta de YouTube donde vamos subiendo todos los videos tutoriales que han estado realizando los maestros. Contamos con una cuenta de Facebook donde también vamos subiendo los videos, vamos compartiendo las publicaciones que realiza la Secretaría de Educación Pública, y a través de los grupos de WhatsApp y de Messenger les vamos dando solución a las dudas que van surgiendo con el personal docente y también con los padres de familia. Es importante que sepan que hemos estado en constante comunicación con los padres de familia. En esta semana hemos compartido ya los usuarios y contraseñas de los alumnos para entrar al Google Classroom. Bueno, esto es parte del trabajo que venimos realizando en nuestra Escuela Secundaria General Gabriel García Márquez. Saludos cordiales.
Su nombre es César Barrón Méndez. Él es director de la Secundaria Técnica Hermenegildo Galeana, ubicada en la localidad de Atlamajalcingo del Monte, en el estado de Guerrero. Su reto es elaborar y distribuir todos los materiales necesarios para el ciclo escolar a sus alumnos sin acceso a la tecnología.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es César Barrón Méndez, soy el director de la Escuela Secundaria Técnica número 55, Hermenegildo Galeana, con clave de centro de trabajo 12DST0075D, ubicada en el municipio de Atlamagazino del Monte, en la cabecera municipal. La institución cuenta con una población estudiantil de 89 alumnos, distribuidos en 5 localidades pertenecientes a la cabecera, y una de las características que tienen es que carecen de muchos avances tecnológicos, principalmente de acceso a la tecnología como es el internet o el WhatsApp, por lo que como docentes y como escuela nos hemos organizado para entregarle por escrito a los muchachos un paquete de actividades por grado y grupo para que ellos los contesten en su casa. Esta estrategia la usamos derivado de que no tenemos los medios como para que el alumno pueda accesar al sistema de internet o a la televisión abierta, o en este caso vía satelital. Entonces, para nosotros es más convincente y más conveniente llevar a cabo la estrategia del método tradicional, que es entregarle por escrito una serie de actividades al muchacho para que él a la vez se ponga a realizar en su casa con el apoyo de sus padres de familia. Y en este caso, coordinados con el presidente de la Asociación de Padres de Familia y el presidente del Consejo Escolar de Participación Social, hemos entregado a los muchachos un paquete de materiales educativos, en este caso copias con actividades por asignatura, para que ellos estas 2 semanas que estamos en la pandemia se pongan a trabajar. Estas actividades, cuando reanudemos las clases, van a ser entregadas a los maestros para que ellos a su vez emitan la evaluación y calificación correspondiente por cada tema trabajado. Esta es la estrategia que nosotros hemos encontrado que nos ha dado resultado o que nos puede dar mejores resultados, dado que las condiciones no son las más adecuadas. Sin embargo, reconocemos que el trabajo que se hace con los maestros y los muchachos pues es relevante porque hay mucho interés por los alumnos por superarse. Prueba de ello es que el presidente de los padres de familia me llamó por teléfono para preguntarme qué había para los muchachos. Yo le dije, ahí este material, es necesario que se entregue, tenemos que trabajarlo, señor, y por lo tanto se va a hacer. Mismo que aceptó con alegría, y el señor se comprometió a entregarnos. Ya me mandó un mensaje diciéndome que ya había entregado a los muchachos y que el día de hoy iba a continuar entregándole para que así todos los padres de familia y los alumnos tuvieran acceso a la información. De nuestra parte, pues estamos trabajando así y esperemos que esto funcione. Para algunos, para los otros dirán que es muy obsoleto, pero para nosotros es la forma más idónea de trabajar con los muchachos y las comunidades. Por su atención, pues muchísimas gracias.
Su nombre es Patricia Pamela Contreras Ceballos. Ella es maestra de preescolar en el Jardín de Niños Rosaura Zapata, ubicado en Morelia, Michoacán. Su reto es que los padres de familia se vuelvan parte integral de la educación de sus hijos.
Hola, mi nombre es Patricia Pamela Contreras Ceballos, soy originaria de la ciudad de Morelia, del estado de Michoacán. Trabajo en un jardín de niños cuyo nombre es Rosaura Zapata Anexo. La metodología o la mecánica en la que hemos estado trabajando con los padres de familia es por medio de WhatsApp, en donde yo les mando semana a semana actividades a desarrollar en casa con los niños. E incluso también usamos correo electrónico para ampliar ciertas informaciones o mandarles algún tipo de archivos o videos o incluso cuentos en PDF. También uso mi celular en donde me grabo para que los niños puedan verme y yo les cuento algún tipo de cuento o simplemente para saludarnos. Esa es la manera en que nosotros hemos estado trabajando ahorita con esta situación de contingencia.
Celebremos a las y los docentes del mundo con un regalo de los niños, las niñas y los jóvenes estudiantes de México.
Orale. Okay, I could watch kids dancing folklorico forever. That was amazing, and it was an amazing visit, but we're not finished yet. Due to a technical problem with Secretary General Alfonso Cepeda Salas, his video message, we're going to play it again. It's a short message, but we really want you to hear it. It's so important. Let's go back to the Secretary General and our friend Alfonso.
Compañeras y compañeros, docentes de todo el mundo. Saludo fraternalmente desde México a nombre del Sindicato Nacional de Trabajadores de la Educación a todas las organizaciones docentes de cada país, muy especialmente a las afiliadas a la Internacional de la Educación. Reciban nuestras felicitaciones y solidaridad siempre y especialmente en este día que hacemos visible el valor y los retos de la educación y de los educadores. Desde que conmemoramos las recomendaciones de la Organización Internacional del Trabajo y la UNESCO sobre las condiciones de los docentes, no habíamos vivido un desafío de la naturaleza y dimensión como la que vivimos ahora en el mundo. El planeta entero y todos los niveles educativos se vieron afectados. Con motivo de la conmemoración del Día Mundial del Docente, para las maestras y los maestros de México, agremiados en el CENTE, es muy importante compartir con ustedes la forma en cómo mantenemos vivo el sistema educativo durante estos tiempos de pandemia.
And I'm so glad we were able to hear that message again. And I want to thank you, Mexico and CENTE, for this very comprehensive visit. It really is important to see how our colleagues in the North American Caribbean unions are dealing with the challenges in these challenging times in their schools, in the lives of their students. And now we are going to move north to the United States of America, to my country, where a disastrous presidential administration is in what we hope is its final days. Hope is a lousy business plan. We are working hard to make sure that Donald Trump is not reelected. And his enablers, his apologists, his henchmen who are working with him are presiding over an era like no other in the experience of the United States. I never remember anything like what we're living through now with this president. It's a time when corruption is excused, racism, white supremacy is encouraged, a deadly virus is steadily working towards claiming 250,000 American lives. We have the highest death rate in the world. And politicians are working very hard to hide the truth and to silence scientists. This president is now a victim of his own arrogance, a man who is infected with the virus and who has no doubt infected a whole lot of people that he encouraged to attend his rallies and in-person events, events that have become super spreaders. But it's more than COVID. One of his first horrific acts as president was to attack some of our most vulnerable people, refugees, asylum seekers. And we're going to begin our visit to the USA on that theme. We're going to have a cross-border discussion about one of the many travesties of the Trump era, the separation of families at the border, the caging of children, a true crisis in lack of humanity. We know of at least 7 children who have either died in custody or after being detained by U.S. Customs and Border. There are now allegations that detained Mexican women were sterilized without their consent. And we have to talk about what's happening and the way our own unions on both sides of the border have stepped up. We're going to hold this session in Spanish. The translation is available. You can see, I think, the instructions on your screen. You just the language you want it translated into. So I'm going to start now, and you'll want to now switch to Spanish. Let me give you just a moment to do that. And we're bringing our guests in, you can see. So we will begin. Bienvenidos a todos, literalmente, bienvenidos a todo el mundo a esta sesión importantísima. Voy a pedir disculpe de adelante para los errores inevitables en español y no voy a culpar mi madre, aunque la culpa es de mi madre. Hoy voy a hablar de cosas trágicas, de familias separadas, niños tratados como animales, de un sistema construido por diseño, fomentar más miedo de pedir asilo y quedar en peligro de sus vidas. Hoy vamos a hablar de inmigración bajo la administración de Donald Trump. Y asuntos de inmigración siempre son complicados, pero es algo más allá. Es intencional crueldad. Muchos creen que es algo para ayudar en su elección dentro de los racistas. Hoy vamos a hablar acerca del impacto de políticas de inmigración en Estados Unidos y América Latina. Por supuesto, ese asunto tiene un impacto global. El ejemplo de Trump es una amenaza al mundo, bebés separados de sus manos. En meses recientes, por lo menos 7 niños murieron en un centro de detención. Con nosotros hoy tenemos activistas, educadores valientes en esta lucha. Tenemos un panel con Noel Candelaria, quien es nuevamente elegido secretario tesorero de la NEA, la Asociación Nacional de Educación. Noel es un maestro del El Paso, Texas, con raíces de su familia en Juárez, México, una ciudad en la frontera. Era presidente del Texas State Teachers Association, Asociación de Maestros en Texas, durante tal vez lo peor acciones de Trump en separando familias y sembrando pánico en la comunidad de inmigrantes. También tenemos Carla Hernández Matz, una maestra y una vicepresidente de AFT, la Federación de Maestros de América, quien vive y trabaja en Miami, Florida, un centro global de inmigración. Tenemos también María Luisa Gutiérrez Santoyo, de CENTE, Sindicato Nacional de Trabajadores de la Educación, quien es la secretaria general del su afiliado mexicano ubicado en Baja California, donde muchos continúan esperando permiso para inmigrar. Voy a poner una pregunta a cada uno de nuestro panel, pero después, si alguien quiere levantar la voz, estaría perfecto. Este no es un examen estandarizado, mejor una conversación. Y vamos a empezar con mi amigo y hermano en solidaridad, Noel Candelaria. Hola, Noel.
Hola, Lili, es un placer estar aquí contigo y con todos alrededor del mundo.
Sí, del mundo. Vivías casi toda la vida en El Paso, donde yo estoy en este momento, y en Juárez, cruzando la frontera como si nada, porque tienes documentos. Pero cosas han cambiado desde el tiempo de Trump. Dinos el impacto que los educadores están viendo en sus estudiantes, escuelas y comunidades. ¿Cuál es el resultado de las políticas actuales de esta administración de separación y deportación y para negar gente buscando asilo, ¿no?
Gracias, Lili. Esta es una conversación muy importante y algo que hemos visto personalmente, no nomás como educadores aquí en Texas. Yo en mi ciudad, El Paso, tan importante que es la inmigración para el efecto que ha tenido en los estudiantes. Hemos visto como maestros el estrés tóxico que estas pólizas han puesto no nomás en los estudiantes, sino en las familias. Y sabemos muy bien que el estrés tóxico es muy dañante para los niños en su desarrollo cuando están creciendo. Entonces, hemos visto no nomás cómo está el efecto de los niños, pero en las familias y en las comunidades. Como maestros hemos visto el miedo con lo que vienen los niños diariamente. Y las pólizas de esta administración no nomás han tenido efecto en esas familias, pero en la comunidad. Y lo que hemos visto en estos años, desde que Trump fue elegido, es el miedo, el miedo de vivir en comunidades, el miedo de instituciones, no nomás en las instituciones importantes que ayudan a las familias. Hemos visto como las pólizas de asilo, cómo han sido administrado con esta administración, la separación de niños que hemos visto y el efecto que ha tenido en las familias. Para nosotros ha sido muy importante como la NEA estar al frente de esto, porque no nomás afecta a los niños, sino también a los educadores que están tratando y todos los días haciendo todo lo posible para asegurar que los niños tengan un lugar donde puedan venir. Y esta administración no nos ha dado oportunidad de entrar donde están los niños detenidos en jaulas donde los han tenido, para poder darles la educación, porque en este país cada niño que entra tiene la oportunidad de aprendizaje, tiene la oportunidad de desarrollarse como debe de ser. Y esta administración nos ha regresado a unos tiempos que no debemos de estar. Yo tengo fotos de mi bisabuela y mi abuelita cuando cruzaban la frontera de Juárez y El Paso en 1920. Y para nosotros la inmigración ha sido algo muy importante para nuestro país. Y esta administración, lo que ha hecho con sus pólizas, la política que ha traído esta administración contra los inmigrantes y el asilo, ha sido muy tóxico para nuestros niños y la comunidad. Y no es el país que hacemos nosotros como los Estados Unidos, que queremos que todos puedan entrar aquí, que puedan entrar y tener la vida que merecen. Y los inmigrantes siempre han sido muy importantes para nuestro país.
Gracias, Noel, para esto. Déjame preguntar, Luisa, Carla, ¿quieres añadir algo acerca de esta situación con tus familias, tus estudiantes y los miembros tratando de hacer algo?
Sí, muy buenas tardes, Leli. Gracias por la oportunidad de estar aquí con ustedes. Es un placer estar con todos mis hermanos y hermanas por todo el mundo. La profesión de ser un docente es algo que de verdad es una bendición, así que bendiciones a todos que nos están escuchando. Aquí en Miami ha sido algo que también ha causado mucha frustración, tristeza, ha sido algo devastador para nuestra comunidad. Aquí en Miami, aunque tenemos muchos que son del Caribe, no todos son latinoamericanos, tenemos muchos estudiantes que vienen también de África, de Europa, y vemos que hay personas como de Haití que están buscando asilo político, por diferentes circunstancias ellos están en este país. Y Miami-Dade Public Schools, tenemos más de 70 lenguas que son parte del lenguaje de nuestros estudiantes. Así que sabemos que tenemos que no solamente tener la facilidad de entenderlos a ellos y interpretar lo que ellos están comunicando, pero también tener la facilidad de entender cuáles son las culturas de ellos para poder llegar a ellos y de verdad enseñarles de una forma que es correcta. Aquí hemos visto mucho miedo, así como estaba diciendo mi colega Noel, esto ha roto a muchas familias que han venido aquí buscando el sueño americano, que se han visto que esta política del presidente Trump ha afectado a muchas comunidades minoritarias. Y aquí estamos luchando porque no sabemos que es incorrecto, es inhumano tener a niños en jaulas, separar a niños de sus familias. Y vemos que ahora con lo del COVID, cuántas familias que han estado dentro de estos centros de detenciones, cómo han sido impactadas también por COVID-19. Así que hay tantos factores que hay que uno se acumula o el uno al otro, y de verdad ha sido devastador. Así que nosotros sabemos que la forma de arreglar esta situación es ser informados y votar y ponerle todo el empeño a que nosotros tengamos unas elecciones que van a ser para el bienestar de las familias que nosotros representamos y para el bienestar de los niños que están en nuestras aulas.
Es en nuestras manos, realmente. Déjame preguntar a Luisa, porque quiero la voz de nuestros compañeros de México entrar en esta conversación. Bienvenidos de nuevo y gracias por estar aquí con nosotros, María Luisa. Dinos de tu experiencia, ¿cuál es la situación de los migrantes en la frontera México-EU, en particular en esos meses de pandemia?
Sí, gracias. Bueno, primero que nada, me felicito y agradezco el estar presente. Y qué mejor manera de festejar el Día Mundial de los Docentes que estando aquí juntos, hablando de lo que nos apasiona, de lo que es nuestra materia de trabajo, de lo que es ser docentes. Claro que sí, mira, yo he sido docente toda mi vida en la frontera. Hoy, bueno, tengo el honor de dirigir una organización, una sección de nuestra organización sindical del Sindicato Nacional de Trabajadores de la Educación en una frontera en Baja California y donde está, bueno, Tijuana, la frontera más transitada. Al ser nosotros un país de tránsito de todos estos migrantes de la América Latina, bueno, complicó muchísimo, ya lo dijo nuestro secretario general, el maestro Alfonso Cepeda, los niños no deben estar en las jaulas, su lugar debe ser las aulas. Y aquí en Baja California, bueno, en todos los estados fronterizos, esto se vino a complicar con esta situación que se dio ya de por sí complicada por siempre con la migración. Pero con esta separación de familias que se ha estado dando, donde han estado repatriando a muchos niños, y hablo del caso de los niños mexicanos, donde son niños, bueno, que emigraron a Estados Unidos siendo bebés o tal vez jamás no conocen dónde nacieron. Para ellos hablan perfecto inglés, no hablan el español, han crecido en las escuelas de Estados Unidos y lo regresan. Regresan a México, a un espacio que desconocen, a un idioma que no conocen, y eso conlleva todavía más efectos psicológicos en los niños que ya de por sí vienen de una situación vulnerable. Y esto me gustó mucho lo que decía nuestro compañero cuando hablaba. Siempre yo he estado diciéndolo, en este momento de pandemia lo que tenemos que cuidar es la salud mental de nuestros niños y de nuestros estudiantes. Y estos tipos de acciones, bueno, no han ayudado en nada, han entorpecido, han aumentado la agresión que se hace con los niños migrantes. Y bueno, lo ha dicho mucho nuestro secretario general, nosotros queremos que los niños en esta pandemia se queden en casa, pero también se queden en clase. Y para los niños migrantes, nosotros como educadores en las fronteras, bueno, dependemos para poderlos atraer a nuestras aulas y hoy para tener educación a distancia, que lleguen primero a un albergue y que los padres estén de acuerdo, pues ha habido dinámicas como, bueno, no solicitar documentos de estos niños que con el solo hecho de estar dentro de estos albergues puedan ingresar a la escuela. con los que son de padres, aunque sea un padre mexicano, que están en Estados Unidos y que los regresan, de manera inmediata tramitar su doble nacionalidad. Pero sí es triste, obviamente, la situación que se vive, porque agrava mucho más ya de por sí niños que son vulnerados, que vienen a espacios, repito, que no conocen. Y para nosotros como maestros, pues aumenta la dificultad y también la impotencia.
Gracias, Luisa. ¿Qué situación? Carla, tengo una pregunta para ti. En Florida tenemos miembros de AFT y NEA juntos en un gran sindicato, y estoy tan orgullosa de los líderes activistas como tú. Dinos, como miembros de nuestros sindicatos, luchan en sus escuelas, en sus comunidades, obtener y avanzar los derechos y mejorar esta situación de estudiantes y familias en esta crisis de inmigración. ¿Qué están haciendo en Florida durante este triste?
Mira, es algo, gracias por la pregunta, es algo que siempre estamos tratando de reevaluar para ver cómo lo podemos mejorar. Pero te doy un ejemplo. El año pasado nos dimos cuenta de que uno de los centros de estos centros, estos campos donde tenían los niños, nosotros queríamos entrar para ver las condiciones, queríamos ayudar, a ver si podíamos ser voluntarios para darle clases a los niños como docentes. Y bueno, se nos negó entrar, lo vimos como algo muy sospechoso, porque nosotros queríamos hacer el bien para esos niños. Y cuando nos vimos que estábamos enfrentados en una situación donde el gobierno no nos permitía entrar para ver cuáles eran las condiciones de cómo los niños estaban viviendo y qué clase de alimentación y de cuidado se les estaba dando, nosotros nos comunicamos con nuestros congresistas, que empezaron a hacer bulla aquí en Miami-Dade, y específicamente en Homestead, donde el campamento es localizado. Pero nosotros también lanzamos una campaña, y en esta campaña le pedimos a nuestros estudiantes que les escribieran cartas a los niños que estaban en el campamento. Fue una labor muy linda, porque de verdad estos niños se expresaron tratando de darle alivio a otros niños que no conocían, pero que solamente se podían tratar de imaginar cómo se sentían. Y fueron unas cartas que de verdad rompían el corazón leerlas. Y aquí se hizo una historia que fue presentada en una cadena nacional aquí, CBS. Y bueno, la historia dio tanta información, se vio cuando estos estudiantes entregaron estas cartas y no se les permitió ni las cartas que se les entregaran a estos niños, que fue una causa solo de bondad, que ellos querían que los niños supieran que habían personas afuera del campamento, que no solamente estaban pendientes de ellos, pero que los amaban y querían lo mejor para ellos, porque seguramente ellos no lo sentían de esa forma estando dentro del campamento. Y bueno, no se les dejó entregar esas cartas, pero como hicimos tanta bulla y como nos comunicamos con nuestros congresistas y sacamos la historia al aire en la prensa, se hizo movimiento y las congresistas pudieron entrar a asegurarse que las cartas se dieran, y ellos mismos vieron las condiciones en las cuales esos niños estaban. Ese centro de detención fue cerrado después de que hicimos eso, y lo sentimos nosotros como un logro, y claro que nosotros pusimos nuestra pequeña parte para lograr que estos niños no estuvieran en esas situaciones.
Déjame invitar a Noel y Luisa, si hay algo de
Sí. Fíjate que yo creo que mientras los gobiernos del mundo no entiendan Tenemos que educar ciudadanos del mundo, porque creo que los educadores lo entendemos muy bien. Ahorita que escuchaba a Carla, cuando escucho a Noel, hablamos el mismo idioma y no nos habíamos visto nunca. Nuestros intereses y necesidades son los mismos. Entonces creo que para nosotros los docentes no preguntamos la nacionalidad del niño, nuestra tarea es educar y vemos a los niños por igual, pero esta es una conciencia que deben de tomar los gobiernos del mundo, porque estamos hablando en este momento de, bueno, pues la migración en la frontera con Estados Unidos y México, pero esta es una situación que se da en todo el planeta y donde hay niños agredidos en sus derechos humanos, donde no estamos garantizando el acceso a educación. Y quiero yo decirte que con esta pandemia, por lo menos yo me siento muy orgullosa del magisterio mexicano, porque han estado ahí en la primera línea de acción, como también los médicos, para permitir que siga los niños recibiendo educación. Y bueno, creo que debe ser una tarea que no va a terminar de nosotros los educadores para intentar que se cambie la visión que los gobernantes deben de tener en cuanto a los niños.
Gracias. Y quiero también poner como la NEA, y gracias por tu liderazgo, Lili, cuando eras la presidenta de la NEA, porque pronto tomamos acción, ¿verdad? En cuanto estábamos pasando estos momentos y los educadores, los docentes, todos estábamos mirando lo que estaba, la situación en nuestros salones, en las comunidades, con los niños con los que trabajamos. Inmediatamente la NEA puso recursos para nosotros como los maestros, y son recursos que están disponibles para todos. Si van a nea@justice.org, ahí pueden agarrar los recursos y no nomás los recursos necesarios, pero también cómo tomar acción, cómo poder hablarle a nuestros congresistas, a nuestro gobierno, no nomás al nivel nacional, pero también al nivel estatal y local, para asegurar que tengamos todos los recursos necesarios como maestros, como los docentes necesarios, para asegurar que todo niño que entra a nuestro salón, que pasa por nuestros pasillos, tengan la oportunidad del aprendizaje que es muy importante. Y por eso entramos a esta carrera, para hacer la diferencia en los niños como otros lo hicieron en nuestras vidas. Entonces queremos regresar lo que nos dieron a nosotros, y es importante para nosotros poder tener todos los recursos necesarios para nuestros educadores y para las familias.
Pues no puedo creer que nuestro tiempo es casi terminado, porque podemos continuar, eso es importante. Déjame dar a cada uno de ustedes la oportunidad para dar a los oyentes de esta sesión ideas de cómo organizar afuera del sindicato, comunidades de justicia, de fe, iglesias, lo que sea, y tu experiencia en y dónde podemos ir para más información. Un website, algo en que podemos continuar. Noel, vamos a empezar contigo.
Gracias, Lili. Como había mencionado, nea@justice.org es donde tenemos nosotros dedicado una página para poder tomar la acción necesaria, pero también cómo poder usar los recursos locales y cómo nos podemos conectar con nuestras comunidades de fe y todas las organizaciones, que es muy importante, porque esta lucha no la estamos luchando nosotros solos. Es una lucha que nos afecta para todos. Entonces, todos tenemos el interés, porque estos son derechos humanos. Y los derechos humanos es algo que es importante para todos. No nomás debe de ser para los que trabajan con los niños, sino que es algo global que debemos todos tomar. Y como los Estados Unidos, éramos los líderes en derechos humanos, y en esta administración no nos han visto como qué pasó con los Estados Unidos. Entonces, si van a nea@justice.org, ahí pueden tomar recursos, y también con lo que tenemos ahí de recursos, no nomás para los educadores, pero también para la comunidad, de cómo poder tomar acción para conectar con su gobierno.
Y Luisa.
Sí, bueno, yo creo que hoy que estamos aquí es un gran paso, estamos pero festejando el Día Mundial del Docente, pero creo que este diálogo no se debe de perder, necesitamos estar juntos en esto, hacer planes más seguido, llevarlo a los hechos, porque creo que todos los docentes que no tienen la oportunidad de estar hoy frente a esta computadora van a coincidir con todo lo que hoy estamos diciendo. Nosotros queremos que nuestra materia de trabajo, que nuestros niños tengan una mejor condición de vida y creo que debemos de seguir con acciones que puedan llevar a buen puerto esto que queremos y que sería el ideal. Vuelvo a decir, necesitamos estar educando ciudadanos del mundo sin estarle poniendo nombre de qué país son o de qué color son sus ojos. Yo espero que cuando esta pandemia termine, estoy segura que los docentes vamos a marcar una diferencia, que allá todos los docentes que están hoy en una computadora, pero con sus niños, están ocupados y preocupados en eso, en que nuestros niños pasen mejor estos días, que no pierdan la oportunidad de educarse. Y repito, coincido con lo que decía Noel y lo repito, hoy necesitamos cuidar la salud mental de nuestros niños, la vida de nuestros niños, y la mejor manera de estarlo haciendo es educando.
Yo voy a
La última es tuyo.
Gracias. Mira, yo creo que mi colega María Luisa ha dicho algo que es muy importante, que nosotros tenemos mucho más en común que diferencias. Yo creo que la pandemia también nos ha ayudado a interactuar de formas que no interactuábamos antes, como lo estaba mencionando. Este diálogo es muy importante. Hay que seguir colaborando para compartir ideas. Y nosotros también tenemos que salir de nuestra área de confort, de estar cómodos, de comodidad, y aprender de otras organizaciones, hablar con otros sindicatos, hablar con organizaciones que se dedican a la justicia social, hablar con instituciones religiosas, con iglesias, porque ellos también quieren proteger al niño, proteger la educación, quieren mejorar a su comunidad. Y cuando nosotros nos damos cuenta cuáles son esas cosas o esos aspectos donde nosotros tenemos más en común, tenemos que ligarnos a eso y hacer que esa relación continúe a crecer para que nosotros los apoyamos los unos a los otros. Y para cualquier docente que está buscando materias y recursos de cómo hablar a los niños sobre diferentes aspectos, incluyendo la salud mental, un buen sitio de internet es Colorín Colorado. Allí hay mucha información para los niños, muchos libros, recursos, así que busquen a Colorín Colorado y ojalá que eso sea un sitio que utilicen y que sea para el bienestar de todos.
Bilingüe. Carla, Luisa, Noel, gracias por el honor de tu presencia, su presencia en y gracias por soportar mi mal español. Solo vivo para hacer orgullo para mi mamá, finalmente, en español. Entonces, gracias por poner tu voz en esta conversación tan importante. Gracias y gracias a todos. Vamos a regresar a inglés. We'll return to English now. So whatever button you need to push on your screen, now's the time. As you can see, our unions do have an important, significant role to play outside of what people consider traditional professional issues. But it's impossible for us to be good professionals in an atmosphere that denies basic human and civil rights to our students, to our colleagues, to entire communities. And it's why we mobilize members to care about a just world. We mobilize them. We want actions. And one of the best mobilizers I have ever known in my life is my dearest, dearest darling friend, Becky Pringle, who is my successor as president of the National Education Association. I retired as of September 1. Becky stepped into that place, and she's the right person in this incredible, strange time we're living through. Here is a part of her remarks to the NEA's Virtual Representative Assembly this summer.
I don't think you need to be reminded of Plato's warning. Anyone who thinks they are too good or too smart to be involved in politics will be ruled by those who are neither good nor smart. For the past 4 years, we have lived that painful reality. We didn't need to be reminded that the United States has a long way to go to be that more perfect union. With the killings of Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd and countless others, this country is being challenged to finally reckon with its legacy of institutional racism. As we struggle with the ravages of this coronavirus pandemic that has had a disparate impact on our Black and Brown and Indigenous communities, we know we have a long road ahead. And the election is just one very important first step. But if we're going to push this country toward justice, we need elected leaders who have the will to do just that.
COVID-19 has taught us a lot, and coping and surviving is certainly that. A lot of what we have been doing, we did not imagine that we could be doing. Our friends from AFT, they have put together a video for us to watch and to share with us what they have been doing. I'll give you a little hint. It's nice to hear students singing, especially when we have been so physically distanced from them.
All the teachers at Glenwood really miss you, just from the bottom of their hearts.
I miss each and every last one of you.
And that I know things may be a little confusing right now and a little scary.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
Telling you guys to laugh, love, live, and stay strong.
I miss y'all so much. I'm bored out of my mind.
Yo, growth. Through the hard times, we keep it smart, never gamble. Hop on the stage and spread your light like a candle.
How do I breathe without you? Feeling so cold. I'll be waiting right here for you till the day you're home.
In the meantime, try and do something productive. Memorize the bones of the body. Learn to play a new instrument. Let us know what's going on. We want to hear from you. We really do. We miss you.
11:15, we'll go over kind of what we want to do for the week.
We are, in a matter of days, fundamentally changing everything about education.
In all the good times I find myself.
For teaching and learning online. New ways for us to collaborate and communicate.
B squared minus 4AC.
Riddles are a type of poem. I know you like, oh my God, Ms. Grimes, you really gonna give us some work to do.
If I start this YouTube channel, maybe I'll become a rich YouTuber. What do you think about that, kids?
Been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it.
I know, things are crazy right now, but remember, this will pass.
From where we began, oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
This is a really crazy time, and I know a lot of you have so many questions, so do I.
And I wish we were back together again, but I know we will be soon.
See you again.
Right when remote education started, I asked the kids, what song did we start do you most wish that we could have finished? And their answer was The Scientist by Coldplay. And I said, well, let's make that your graduation song then. I think people connect to the PS22 chorus performances because they put something into it that you just don't expect from a 5th grade child. I think it's just so beautiful to see these kids just taking a risk and putting their souls into these performances. We're not a magnet school, we're an ordinary elementary school, you know, with neighborhood children. They don't come to audition, you know, to our school for chorus. You know, they're zones for the school, and if they're, you know, and if they get in chorus, they get in chorus. We did our best to try to make something beautiful come out of a really, really ugly situation.
Running in circles, chasing our tails, coming back as we are. Nobody said it was easy. It's such a shame for us to part. Nobody said it was easy. No one ever said it would be so hard. I'm going back to the start.
Okay, that made me cry. Really, it did. Wow. So I know that David Edwards is watching this somewhere in the world, and why don't we just play that 24 hours, and that'll do it for me. Somebody tell Randy Weingarten that made me just bawl like a baby. And I know that a lot of us can recall Teacher's Day in years past. I know my kids would make me a card, or some mom would bring treats and put it in the faculty lounge, and that's really nice. This year, the word different doesn't begin to describe it. It's different. It's bizarre. This is the year when support for teachers has never been expressed like it has now. There are parents out there just going, I never knew. I'm so sorry I didn't appreciate you before, as they try and do a little bit of what we do with dozens of kids in a classroom. While you watch these next videos, think about texting a friend or posting to your network with a link to this broadcast, or shout out using this hashtag. And it's hashtag 5OCT live. So it's 5OCT for October, LIVE live. Take a look at some fabulous thank yous.
Dear Miss, I love school and I miss you.
She's a good teacher?
Mm-hmm.
Is Mommy a better teacher?
No.
Rude.
I would say it's been surreal.
Sometimes it's mayhem and sometimes it's pure joy.
A bit of a roller coaster.
It seemed like an easy transition at the beginning, but then it was just kind of like, okay, the reality set in and it just got crazy from there.
The first couple of weeks, I wanted to make sure the assignments were something that gave a little bit more wiggle room for students to be able to figure out this new scheduling and how it's going to look for their families.
As a working parent, you try to figure out how do you balance doing your work and actually checking in on your kids, whereas if you were at the office, they're good.
So there's a lot of new stuff that I'm learning, so I have to teach myself even to help her.
Acrostic poems? What are you talking about? You know, so it's like an education for me too.
I have a new respect for teachers who are dealing with kids who may have shorter attention spans.
The patience they have and able to reel them back in, because it's hard to reel him in. He's
just one. My daughter's a gift. Everybody's child is a gift. But to see them dealing with the anxiety some children might present, and I don't know how they do it every day, but I'm so grateful.
You know, I don't have children of my own, so your 160 plus sixth graders, those are my kids. And those are the ones that I worry about and lose sleep over.
Parents have a lot of anxiety. The teachers and the school has recognized that we need to speak to the parents and ask them what their fears are. Like, you don't have to get this right. Let's see how you're doing. Let's see how the family is doing. How can we support you?
And then when we're back in school together again, I can get your kid caught up. No one's ahead of anybody. Nobody's falling behind anybody else. I can get your kid caught up. That's my job.
All this time they've been fighting for people to understand their challenges and how underappreciated and underpaid they are. They're heroes.
I'm not working in a hospital. I'm not an EMT, but I am a teacher, and nurturing and helping our students, that's what I do. And so if you need help with that, because it's just too much right now, I urge you to reach out. That would be a big relief for some of us to be able to do something for you.
We are living in challenging and unprecedented times. We're grappling with so many emotions, from fear to loss, but there's also hope because of people like educators.
Teachers are using creative ways to connect with their students and make sure they are learning.
Food service workers went from feeding one school to entire communities. You step up at every turn. You're on the front lines because you care.
Families are seeing firsthand what it takes to reach, teach, and inspire students, and it's not easy.
I want to thank the 3 million members of NEA.
From the teachers to aspiring educators, higher education staff, ESPs, and retired educators.
We see you, and we appreciate all the work you do during this crisis and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, NEA.
Thank you.
The support that teachers felt all over the world, and the appreciation was not just for the way teachers adapted to the challenges of distance learning. A lot of the gratitude comes from the very careful and deliberate way that teachers approached the issues of safety in reopening schools. For teachers, it was politics. For teachers, it was science above politics. Let's take a look at a video done by the NEA.
We know that when we go back to school, that everything that we've known about how a classroom looks now, it is going to change. How are we going to be able to safely physical distance our students in a classroom?
How do we keep the classroom safe? How do we get good ventilation into the buildings?
I know there are some teachers who are vulnerable either economically or physically.
I think that it is important for us to be able to be in that room when those decisions are being made.
I know that if I am not at the table, I am on the menu. live in a zip code where, you know, there isn't a strong tax base, students won't have the resources they need. For us, it translates into cutting services for kids. That may look like cut on paraeducators in the district. We may not even be able to have the PPE that we need.
I am concerned about possibly losing teachers, which is kind of a catch-22. If you get rid of the teachers, then the class sizes are going to be bigger and the kids are going to be closer together.
One of the huge concerns is the social emotional support that our students are going to need going back to school. We do not have counselors.
I can't see our current custodial staff being able to keep up with the cleaning that's going to be necessary. But I also don't see any money in the budget to give us any more.
There's another community that's maybe 20 minutes away. Each of those students at the beginning of the school year will issue Chromebooks. That didn't happen in my community.
We've had to do phone calls and mailings with paper worksheets and things like that.
So those communities were already ready when this COVID hit. Those kids already knew how to manipulate those programs. Our kids didn't know that. And we had a large learning curve.
To go on as we have is not okay. I mean, we're going to function in this realm of privilege, of students that have the ability to log on and those that do not. We have to do better for our kids.
I think we have the opportunity to lift some of those communities up. And I think there is a big opportunity for us to be able to get more officials elected. I'm going to keep fighting. We're going to make sure that our kids are going to be able to be great 21st century learners. And then we're going to make sure also that they become wonderful and awesome and productive 21st century adults.
Wow. You know, earlier today, while most of our hemisphere was still asleep, EI aired a wonderful conversation about the health of the planet and educating students to respect nature and the power of sustainability. Belgian University lecturer and author Koen Timmers brought with him a very special guest that we all know by reputation, Dr. Jane Goodall, a renowned primatologist and global advocate of conservation. What an honor it is for our region, North America, Caribbean, to borrow Dr. Jane Goodall and bring her to this one-of-a-kind World Teacher Day.
And so right now is a very crucial time when we need good teachers to be able to give young people encouragement and confidence. And of course, it's also a time when virtual learning and subjects that can be shared over the internet becomes more and more important. And probably that in itself will be useful long after this epidemic, because it will help teaching in those places where children don't get opportunities for good schooling.
Yeah. What are some simple things students and even teachers can do to take action for climate?
Well, one of the important things is trying to find ways to heal some of the harm we've inflicted and to slow down climate change, because, you know, to some extent, we brought it on ourselves. Just like the pandemic, we have utterly disrespected nature and disrespected animals. And that disrespect has led to the COVID-19, a zoonotic disease. We've created environments where it's relatively easy for a pathogen like a virus, like COVID-19, to jump from an animal to a person, like the wildlife meat markets where animals from all over are sold for food, for pets, for medicine, and the bushmeat markets in Africa, and the international pet trade, and also our factory farms where animals are kept in unhygienic, cruel conditions. And then we will come through this pandemic, and then we're just right up against the crisis, which is ongoing now, all through the pandemic, which is the climate crisis. And again, it's our disrespect of nature, this absurd feeling that we can continue to have unlimited global economic development on a planet with finite natural resources. And we're already using those up faster in some places than nature can replenish them. So what can people do? Well, there's a big move now for planting trees, because trees are absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere. Protecting forests and existing trees is right now very, very important, because it's going to take the trees we plant time to get big enough to do their job. But it's important to start now. And cleaning up the ocean, that's another thing. People can fight the use of single-use plastic and other things that pollute the ocean, and have beach cleanups if there's a beach, but river cleanups is just as important, because the river swishes everything down. And, you know, the great thing about teaching or being with or talking to the university students, the high school students, they have so many ideas as to what they can do. It's unbelievable. If children understand the problem and you empower them to take action, to talk, you listen to them, they come up with fantastic ideas themselves. And that's something, again, for teachers to set up situations where you can talk to and listen to and encourage the young people to share their ideas.
Yeah. So we all know you as a world-renowned primatologist, but you're so much more than that. You also created Roots and Shoots, which we are really happy and delighted. We've been able to work with you with the Innovation Labs and Pugu and Ikigoma. But would you mind elaborating a little bit on Roots and Shoots' mission and vision?
You'd have a hard job to stop me doing that, because Roots and Shoots is literally my passion. Okay. And it began in 1991 with 12 high school students who were concerned about the dynamiting of coral reefs, of illegal dynamite fishing, which was destroying the coral reefs. Why weren't the government prosecuting poachers killing animals in the national park? Why was nobody doing more for the homeless children who were sniffing glue on the streets? All of these different things. And so I told them to go and get their friends who had similar concerns. And we had a meeting, and out of that meeting, Roots and Shoots was born. Main message: each one of us makes some impact on the planet every single day, all of us. And some of us can really make ethical choices about what we buy. Where did it come from? How was it made? Did it harm the environment? Is it cheap because of child slave labor or inequitable wages in some other country? Was it cruel to animals? We can ask those questions. People living in abject poverty simply have to do whatever they can to stay alive. And so solving poverty is tremendously important. We got that right from the start. And of course, in Tanzania, there's a lot of abject poverty. And then with Roots and Shoots, we decided from the beginning, because everything is interconnected, that each group would choose between them. They would choose, unless they were very small and they need guidance, but one project to help people, one project to help animals, one project to help the environment, and or one big project that covers all three. And it's just been amazing. That little group of 12 high school students has now turned into I call it a movement that's in more than 65, it's in more than 65 countries, and it's growing all the time. And we've got hundreds and thousands of young people from kindergarten through university making change every day. And we've also got what I call the alumni, all those who've been through the program in school or university, and somehow they retain the values that they acquired during their time with the Roots and Shoots. And by the way, Roots and Shoots, think of a big, beautiful tree, probably began as a little seed. You could have picked it up then and it would have seemed small and insignificant. But those little roots to reach the water can work through rocks and eventually push them aside. And that little shoot to reach the sunlight can work through cracks in a brick wall and eventually knock it down. So we see the rocks and the walls as all the problems we humans have inflicted on the planet. And it's a message of hope. Hundreds and thousands of young people together can solve these problems, but they need guidance, especially when they're young.
So, do you think that education, formal education, has to change, and in what way? And maybe is there a message to the ministers of education globally?
I think people, particularly teachers, and particularly in some countries, are understanding that there really is a need for change. And one of the changes which I always push for is spending more time outside, spending more time in nature. Once we realized that the pandemic was caused by disrespect of nature to some extent, destroying the environment, pushing animals in closer contact with people. And so once we realize that, then children need to learn to respect and understand nature. And looking at a book is all very well, but especially for small children, being out there, see their eyes light up when they discover something for themselves. It makes all the difference in the world. And I think, your innovation labs is encouraging the young people to go out into the forest, which is near them in Tanzania, and find out for themselves. And it's really changing them. And if we don't have young people today grow up to be good stewards of the planet, we may as well all give up.
Yeah. So students who will entering school right now, they will leave it in 15 years. What would be your hope for them, for those kids?
Well, I'm hoping, we do have some Roots and Shoots schools where the ethic of Roots and Shoots is built into every single part of the curriculum. And I can't expect that that's going to happen everywhere, but it's maybe something like it, so that environmental education will be built into and woven into the ethic of the schools.
So I want to sign up for a Roots and Shoot school, please. Thank you, Dr. Goodall. What a difference for good you have made in the world. But it is possible to make a difference for bad in the world. A minute ago, I said something about Trump and his henchmen. I should have said henchpersons. If that's not a word, let's just invent it. Because one of his main accomplices in Washington, D.C. is a woman named Betsy Devos, a person who has never spent a day before she was Secretary of Education, never spent a day inside a public school, and who spent the past almost 4 years, really her entire life. So let's just say the past, 64 years, trying to wreck public schools by siphoning their funding into private for-profit hands. Take a look at a video and then join me with a very special guest who earlier recorded an interview, especially for this EI World Teacher Day celebration. She has some opinions about Betsy Devos.
In times of crisis, everyday heroes are revealed and true leaders emerge. I see you, my brothers and sisters, working hard in unimaginable times to teach your students, to feed your students, to keep your students safe and well, and you amaze me. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, you have risen to the challenge again and again. And you know who hasn't? Betsy Devos. Last week, while Congress debated the most recent support package, NEA was there urging immediate help for out-of-work Americans, talking about the homework gap, winning important measures like a 6-month suspension of student loan bills. Where was Betsy Devos? I'll tell you, looking for a way to exploit this global crisis to push her own radical privatization agenda. In her last scheme, the Secretary of Education would take away money from public schools to pay for micro grants, which sound an awful lot like private school vouchers. Once again, she's tone deaf, she's out of touch. Students, parents, educators are grappling with a global crisis. Instead of giving them the support they need, Betsy Devos wants to push a privatization plan that does nothing but hurt our most vulnerable students. She's been lobbying to implement vouchers for 3.5 years. Congress didn't buy it. Our country didn't buy it. And we certainly shouldn't buy it now. Contact your member of Congress today and tell them to reject Betsy DeVos's latest plot to destroy public education.
And so I'd like for you to join me in welcoming a true friend of public education, Diane Ravitch, who recorded this interview. It was really more of a conversation, but I have such respect for Diane. And I know that so many of you do too, and you've bought her books, and you should. So let's go to our visit with Diane Ravitch. What an honor it is to be here on World Teacher Day. This is a celebration like no other, as you all know, and thank you for joining us for this very important segment that we've called Resisting Opportunism in a Time of COVID. We are so honored to have our guest. I think of her as a guest star. She is a dear friend, an activist, and a prolific author. If you have not read Diane Ravitch, you need to get to your bookstore as soon as possible. And let's bring Diane on now. We are so honored to have you here. Welcome, my friend. And I did mention the books that you have. I've got them all in my personal library. The Death and Life of the Great American School System, Reign of Error, The Hoax of the Privatization Movement and the Danger to America's Public Schools, and your latest that you sent me with an autograph, so thank you so much, Slaying Goliath, the passionate resistance to privatization and the fight to save America's public schools. And Diane, I know that you have, as a historian, you focused on American public schools, but we know that this is a global attack about turning public education into corporate profits. And here we are talking about resisting opportunism in the time of COVID. Perhaps no one person comes to my mind who's found more insidious ways of pushing that privatization agenda than America's own Secretary of Education, Trump's Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos, who calls education the future education industry. You've studied her, you've studied this movement. And so we're hoping you can give us some insight into DeVos and exactly why you call her dangerous.
Well, thank you. First of all, let me say, Lily, that I'm honored to be with you and with Education International to salute teachers around the world. There's no more important profession because without teachers, we have no future. And teachers are the bearers of our culture, our civilization, and they enable civilization to thrive, and we need you. So Betsy DeVos was actually an appropriate choice for Donald Trump because Donald Trump doesn't believe in the public sector, and Betsy DeVos doesn't believe in the public sector. They don't believe that there is such a thing as the common good, that we have any responsibility for anyone else other than ourselves. So they are extreme individualists, and they seek to fracture and frankly, to destroy American public education. And their ideas, I hope, will be stopped in the next election because it's a very selfish and egotistical point of view. And I think I have been studying the privatization movement now for a decade, and I think that its primary interest is in keeping taxes low. It is supported not by the people, because every time there is a public election, the privatization agenda goes down overwhelmingly to defeat. It's supported by billionaires, and it's billionaires like in America, the Koch brothers. Now there's one Koch brother, the Devos family, and a long list of billionaires, most of them very, very conservative, who use their money to promote charter schools, vouchers, homeschooling, for-profit online learning, anything other than public schools. And what they're trying to do, and have succeeded in a few places, is to erode our sense of responsibility for the children of all the community. The great American idea of public education was that we are all responsible for the children, for everyone's children, because they're our children. They will determine what our society will be in the future. And we pay taxes for public education, whether we have children in public school, whether we have any children at all, because this is our responsibility as citizens. And what the privatization movement has been trying to do for many, many years, and Betsy Devos started in this business of privatization 30 years ago. She's devoted her life to turning public funding to religious and private schools. But what we know is at the base of this is a belief that the public sector is somehow inefficient and incompetent and the private sector is better. What we have learned over these past 20 years, as we've had more and more privatization with vouchers and charters, is that privatization is an open invitation to profiteering. And there have been many scandals where millions of dollars have been misappropriated because of a lack of transparency, a lack of accountability. And we have seen voucher schools, for example, that have no responsibility at all to the state. They don't take the same tests as the children in public schools, and they are free to discriminate. They're free to discriminate based on any grounds they wish because they are religious schools. And in Florida, for example, the schools, the voucher schools state openly on their website that there are children that they do not accept, and their staff members they will not hire. One example is that they will not allow gay couples or gay children to homosexual children to attend their schools. And when this was exposed in a newspaper series in Florida, the legislature said, we're not going to change that because they're religious schools and they're free to do whatever they want, including to discriminate. One of the great advances in public education was to apply civil rights laws so that every public school has a responsibility to educate every child, regardless of who they are and what their background and what their race or ethnicity or religion. And the move towards privatization is a move towards separation, classism, racism, sexism, name it. And it's the very opposite of public education, which is open to all.
So Diane, you've said in a nutshell, you've said that is exactly what the movement is all about, shamelessly about. Talk a little bit about any experiences you've had or studies that you've done about how this isn't just in the United States. This is global. I know that you have a lot of knowledge about some of the things that were tried in African countries, for example.
Well, yes, there was a corporation created to make money. And the board of the corporation included Pearson and Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg and the World Bank, some of the richest, most powerful people in the world. And it's called Bridge International Academies. And they were seeking contracts from the governments of Kenya and Uganda to educate, to replace their public schools. And they were not using trained teachers. They were giving teachers earpieces and giving them instructions and iPads or some form of computer to basically deliver scripted lessons and charging the families who sent their children $1 a month. Now, in an impoverished country, $1 a month is a lot of money. But if you multiply that times 1 million children, that could be a profitable business. But what it actually does is to relieve the government of its responsibility to provide free and universal public education. This move was strongly opposed by civil society groups and also by the teachers' unions, because it was a move to replace unions. I happen to be a strong believer in teachers' unions because I think they are the voice not only of the profession, but they defend education and the appropriate funding of education. And one of the things the privatization movement has fought for very hard is to eliminate teachers' unions. They have filed lawsuits. They have one of the big pushes in the US behind the charter school movement is to eliminate teachers' unions. More than 90% of our charter schools are non-union. The same thing is true of the efforts of Bridge International Academy and similar organizations that promote privatization in the third world, and that is to replace professional teachers with scripted curriculum and untrained personnel. And the only voice that teachers and that educators have is the union, and where there's no union, the profiteers can do whatever they want to do.
So true. And yeah, my experience right now, one of the things that those profiteers were so sure of in places, organizations like K12.com and others, is we could just put it all online. Parents can just teach their kids in the kitchen table. If COVID has done anything, it has shown how hard it is to be a teacher, to teach children. I had 39 fifth graders one year. That was not healthy for children and other living things on the best day. And it took all the talent that I had to be able to reach those kids. And so I think parents are more and more on our side. So, and parents are the public. So I want you to take the last 5 minutes that we have together. I can't believe how fast this time has gone. To talk a little bit about how important it is that the public understand this agenda. We have an important election coming up in the United States in November. But this is a global audience here with us, Diane. So talk a little bit about the importance of the public, of democracy, of the consequences of the choices that we make in an election.
Well, you know, you mentioned K12 Inc., and that is the largest of our virtual online corporations. It operates for profit, is listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Its top 5 executives share compensation of $28 million. I mean, this is an immensely profitable business. It has terrible outcomes. And when you entrust your child as a parent to a school, you expect that they will not be shaped by a corporation that is for profit, but rather be exposed daily to experienced teachers who have a code of professional ethics. And that's what you do when you send your child to a good public school. You expect them to have those good experienced teachers and reasonable class sizes. The danger to democracy well, first of all, we've learned from the COVID that the danger of online learning is that children are very bored, they're unmotivated, and it's not good education. So there's nothing good about this horrible pandemic. But parents have learned a lesson, and that is that they want schools, they want teachers, they want real people. They understand that education is a human interaction. It's not an interaction between a person and a machine. It's an interaction between a living, trained, experienced teacher and the children in front of him or her. Education is very tightly connected to the idea of democracy, because a democracy cannot survive without educated citizens. And we need our citizens to have a broad understanding of history and civics and science and mathematics, obviously to be literate. All of these things are very important, but they all require adequate funding. In the United States and in many countries, the COVID crisis has caused a sharp drop in the amount of money allocated to education. And I think that's a terrible mistake, because we must protect our children, we must protect our future. We must rely on schools that are that are led by professional educators, not by anyone who happens to want to make money from our kids. And this is, I think, a golden opportunity for schools to see a renaissance and for the corporations to be turned away. And I think the most important thing right now is to be aware that the tech companies and many entrepreneurs are looking on education as a business opportunity. And you must bear in mind, your child is not a business opportunity. Your child is not a profit opportunity. Your child is one precious human being, or two or three, however many you may have, but they have one life, and that life must be precious to you and their teachers. And that's what should happen in public schools. It doesn't always happen. Public schools are not perfect. They have to be made better, but they can't be made better by defunding them. They can't be made better by competition with a second system and a third system and a fourth system. They must be made better by parents and teachers working closely together, by communities supporting their schools, by communities saying, yes, we will raise our taxes, we will pay more because we want the best people in our children's classroom. And frankly, parents are sick and tired of the online learning. So I'm hoping that the pandemic will be conquered in the nearest possible future, whenever it is. But when it's over, that we once again understand that education is the most important responsibility that our society has if we want to have a good future.
Diane, there is no way to thank you for your passionate advocacy, for your wisdom, and for the articulate way that you have explained to people who may not think about these things every day the way educators do, how important it is that we keep the common good of public education. And I'm glad you said it's not perfect, but it's our job to make it constantly better, and we are not going backwards. Privatization takes us to a very dark place, and we are not going there. So I want to thank you for joining us on World Teacher Day. We've never tried anything like this before, but I think thousands and thousands of educators and just interested people all over the world are going to be hearing your voice. I hope that they will find your books and share your message, because it's a message that protects public education and the students that rely on it. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Lily, and thank you to all the teachers around the world who are taking care of our future for us. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Be well.
So Lily, we want to thank Diane for the insights that we got from that conversation. Terribly interesting. Now, education challenges are constant, and under COVID-19, they are constantly evolving. We think immediately of the effective use of technology. That is something that we're seeing running as a common thread throughout all of our conversations, wherever we are on the globe. So we now go to our friends, our neighbors in Belize, where teachers are adapting to the use of technology, and not just adapting to the use of technology, they're actually digging deep into their pockets to help their students. We have now next up Elena Smith from Belize, who's going to share with us in a video.
World Teachers Day 2020, it will certainly be a year to be remembered. Since March 21st, 2020, our students have been out of the classroom. They have been without their teacher, which has been a tremendous loss for many of them. Despite the difficulties, especially for those in the rural areas who have to deal with not having access to electricity and internet, we've seen the great efforts made by our teachers to reach out to their children. Yes, we call them our children, and to ensure that they remained engaged in learning opportunities. Teachers learned how to better use WhatsApp, Google Classroom, Google Meet, and all other platforms to be able to assist their children. They also spent a lot of their own funds to prepare their classrooms, to ensure that they had internet on their phone to be able to send work to their students, and every other thing that comes with preparing for a new school year. Their ability to adapt to the new norm is testament to their resilience and dedication to our profession. Thank you, teachers, for the exceptional work you continue to do during this time. You have no doubt sharpened your skills in terms of teaching strategies and have proven that you are the best. You have moved to online teaching, distance learning, and every other means of providing quality education to our children. The many expectations of the ministry have been frustrating, to say the least. Nonetheless, you continue to overcome those obstacles and perform to the best of your abilities. I cannot express enough gratitude to you for all that you have done and all that you will continue to do. I want you to know that you are truly appreciated by your union. All the best for the remainder of the school year. On behalf of BNTU and myself as your national president, I wish you a happy World Teachers Day. Solidarity forever.
Thank you, Elena from Belize, for that video, which is taking us very nicely into our next panel discussion, where we're going to be looking at the challenges facing us as we use technology in our schools. So there is no doubt, there is no question that teachers need resources and training, both of which have been sadly lacking as we moved to distance learning. The platform has been quite uneven. But more than that, educators and schools should not be simply test subjects for random software and hardware use. We should be in the forefront, I believe, of designing the application of ICT in education. And we're going to have a discussion for just about 15 minutes on this. And to drive this subject, I'm joined by Maddie Fennell, Executive Director of the Nebraska State Education Association and a board member of EdTech Evidence Exchange, Daniel Montgomery, President of the Illinois Federation of Teachers and Vice President of AFT, and Michael Saskill, a Pennsylvania Teacher of the Year and author of Flip the System US, How Teachers Can Transform Education and Save Democracy. Thank you so much for joining me, panelists. Dan, I'm putting you on the spot right away. Let's get this discussion going. What does it take to make distance learning work and make technology a part of real professional practice?
Well, I'm going to start with, and thank you, Nadine, I appreciate being here. I'm going to start with two things I think that we're experiencing right now globally. I can tell you we're experiencing it here in Illinois, where I've been a teacher and our union president. And the first is, the digital divide, which tracks totally along wealth. So you can look at communities around the United States of America, and this is true globally as well, and you see wealthy communities have connection, have resources. The students have connection and resources. So we can't really offer a fair and free, generous public education to all students if they don't have the ability to log on, to have devices. And we're just seeing that kind of blow up in our faces right now, and it's a crisis. The second part of it is attached to that, and that is what are teachers actually doing right now when they're teaching remotely? Where I am, most teachers are teaching remotely right now. Some are kind of hybrid, but we haven't had the training and the time. But most importantly, a majority of teachers are not being consulted in what is it going to look like. And we need to have the teacher voice, the union voice front and center to determine what schooling is going to look like right now.
With you on that one, I don't know if anyone from the panel would want to jump in with a quick comment here before I ask us to share on another question. Of course, bearing in mind that we are 15 minutes, we're down to 15 minutes now.
Sure, Nadine, I'll jump in, and again, thank you for having us. Just to add to what Dan said, I think it's really important to understand that districts that are doing this well and schools that are getting this right during the pandemic are the ones that are reaching into their teaching force to ask, how can we be successful? Teachers know the resources in the community. They know their students better than anyone else. And they know how those two things intersect with the pedagogy that we need to make sure our students are successful. And so when teachers are involved in those discussions and how to design a digital learning experience for students, they end up being way more successful.
Okay, so that takes me to the next question. And Maddie, you're up next. Who should really and what should really be influencing the decision-making process in selecting education technology? When I think of the world that we will have 15 years from now, when I think of the industry that my students will move to, what really should be those things that are influencing the decisions?
Well, what really needs to influence how districts choose their technology from both their educators and the end users, which are the students. And too often what we've seen is the decisions on both the hardware and the software for technology are actually coming from those who are farthest away from the classroom, whether it be an administrator who's attended a conference, but that administrator is either at a district level, perhaps at a school level. One of the things that the EdTech Genome Project is trying to do is get more, what we're trying to develop basically is a consumer's digest for school hardware and software so that we can have teacher-to-teacher input around what really works in a classroom and what are the circumstances that make that work. Because even if you buy a great program, if you're not implementing it with fidelity, or if you buy good hardware, but you're not putting it in the right way, you're going to have problems with that. So we're trying to set up not only the right purchase, but installation, whether that be hardware or software, in the correct way. And that's best done when you have the voice of educators at the table.
Any follow-on comments here? Any follow-on comments? I think my mic wasn't unmuted yet. Daniel, I see you nodding.
Just to follow up on what Maddie said, I mean, we completely agree. I think what we've seen in the COVID context since, say, March, and even over the summer and into the fall here, is that, a lot of districts are kind of plowing ahead. We've seen a lot of districts purchase new learning management systems and spend a lot of money. There's kind of a famous case in Miami-Dade, the fourth largest school district in the United States, where they had a $15 million plus no bid contract, and they had to pull that back because it was a disaster. But, down into a lot of, just much smaller and more typical school districts for us, there's a kind of a rush to say, let's get the tech going. And rather than pulling back and starting, as Maddie said, start with the teachers, how are they thinking about how they're going to teach third grade math and what technology is going to support that, et cetera.
Okay, so moving along, any more comments on that one? I sometimes wonder what is the philosophical position that really drives some of what we encounter. Why is it we're not collaborating? Why is it that we're not approximating, in terms of, and I see, Michael, you're nodding, and I know you're raring to go.
I am. I love this question because I think too many times we don't start where we should when we're having these discussions. And that's really, what is the purpose of education? If we don't get that question right, then we get everything else wrong. And Diane Ravitch had a great quote in one of the previous segments where she said, democracy can't survive without an educated populace. And there's a big difference between being educated and being learned. And right now we're having a lot of conversations about how do we get kids to learn in a remote setting. But we're not having conversations about how do we make sure that they're fully educated in a remote setting? How do we make sure that their social and emotional health is protected? How do we make sure that our practices are trauma informed when our students are going through incredible trauma at home and can't be with their teachers in school? How are we making sure that they're holistically well and they understand their self and how that self fits into the greater society? And I think there is no one better in the system able to have those conversations and drive that forward than our teachers. And that's why it's so important that we reach into that teaching force and make sure that they are starting with that philosophical question and then driving it through everything else that happens in the system, whether or not we're in a pandemic or in a more regular school kind of setting.
And Nadine, can I just jump in? I just want to add to what he said, what Michael said, is that part of the problem that we're having is we're trying to apply old solutions to a new problem none of us have ever seen before. And if we do not have every stakeholder at the table as we look for those new solutions, we're going to fall into an implementation gap. We always talk about the achievement gap for students, but we really need to be talking about the implementation gap for adults. And that's the gap that occurs between your good ideas and when the rubber hits the road, actually when it hits the classroom, because you haven't had the people at the table that actually have to implement your great ideas. And since none of us have ever been through this before, we really need more than ever to have everybody at the table. You know, everybody thought it'd be great. We're dealing with a lot of districts where I'm at, where they thought it'd be really easy to just have teachers teach synchronously or high flex so that the kids in front of you are getting it the same as the kids on the computer. And that actually does not work well. But they didn't ask any teachers about it. And so it's that implementation gap we have to talk about.
So what do we say to our policymakers? What do we say to our government? What do we say to our ministers of education?
Well, I think we start by saying, if you want to avoid unintended consequences, talk to the people who understand where policy and practice meet. Talk to your teachers. Make sure that they are not just at the table, but that their narrative and their expertise is driving the decisions that you're making that influence our students.
And we actually did that in Nebraska. We pulled together a teacher advisory committee, and after meeting with them, our commissioner put out new regulations that added additional teacher plan time because he could see the stress that teachers were under trying to teach synchronously.
You know, Maddie, I had a conversation recently with a colleague of mine, and one of the things that he said to me is that as unions, right now, we have to spend more time embracing the one leg over another in a sense. We have to look more at our professional development, advocacy in that area, even more, even though I know industrial relations issues are going to emerge in a little while. But for this, our purposes here, we need to really spend time dovetailing into professional development. What are some of the ideas we can give our unions to go about advocacy in this context?
Nadine, this is Dan. I'll comment on that one sec, but I want to go back to something Maddie just said. Okay. Well, it's actually your question, Nadine, about, what do we tell our governments? And I think, the context, as Mike said, we have to think about the context of the whole child. And right now in the United States and many other countries, the child in that context is in a very precarious state in terms of healthcare, in terms of safety, because they're at home and maybe not in public schools, in terms of food security, and in terms of the effect on children of being in front of a computer and not having that social interaction, not having that teacher who's going to hug that crying child or whatever, or just be able to have those discussions with kids at the high school level. So I think we need resources. I think part of our commitment or part of our job here is to really turn that lens back to our communities, back to our parents, back to our political leaders to say, we can't do this. Just as we can't do it with the same teaching methods, we can't do it with the same resources. We need more resources. And then that also plugs into your question about professional development.
Yeah, so Nadine, if I can just build on that and tie it to what you had asked about union structure. I think what all three of us are saying is that we need a flattened hierarchy. Instead of things being coercive and top-down in our education system, we need them to be grassroots, and we need teacher expertise to be driving the conversations. I think the same is true in our unions. We want our unions to be have a flattened hierarchy and to be driven by the needs of teachers on the ground. And so the more our unions can reach into that membership and provide them what they need to be successful in their classroom, the more it opens up the capacity to have conversations that benefit not just the union and not just the teacher, but also the education system as a whole, as those unions go forth to advocate what we know our children need in schools.
I was going to say, and as a union leader, it's a very careful balance for us because we were trying to provide a lot of professional development online for our teachers around the newest tech and around trauma and we were over extending our teachers because by the end of the day, they were tired of being on technology. So it's a careful balance for us as to offering enough so it meets the needs, but not so much that we add to the stress level of teachers.
Well, I think I completely agree and go back to kind of the beginning of the conversation where a lot of districts or state agencies have like plowed money and let's just buy some new technology as if that's going to help you, right? Like that's the solution if only you have that. So it really kind of goes back to that fundamental of listening to the educators and what do we need.
We need to understand that the technology is not a panacea. It's just another tool that we're going to use to deliver. Now we are running out of time, and the conversation was really getting started, but I know we're going to continue the conversation afterwards. I have a question which probably could be seen as a kind of an ethical question in a sense when you think of us moving from the 4th Industrial Revolution and there's talk of the 5th Industrial Revolution. Maddie, the lady on the panel, the woman on the panel, let me ask you to start. How do we ensure that as we implement all of this technology that we can be so impersonal, how do we ensure that we maintain that touch that we have been known for as teachers time immemorial?
We have to stay rooted in that old saying, students don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And education is based on the relationship between the student and the teacher. And as long as we always keep that at our center, we'll know to strike that right balance between in-person and utilizing technology to meet the need of every learner.
Thank you. Michael?
Yeah, I agree with Maddie. I think we need to make sure, of course, that our schools are technologically relevant and that they reflect the world outside of school. So there has to be technology involved in what we do pedagogically and what our students are using. But at the same time, we need to make sure that education is rooted in the things that are most important, that it's always been rooted in. Humanity, empathy, compassion, all of those things that we want to see reflected in a democratic society. And the people in the system who are best at that are our teachers. Our teachers are, no one has the capacity to love more than our teachers do. So we need to lean into that and make sure that our teachers have the capacity to lead.
Short and spicy, this discussion has been. We are catching up, we are making up on time. And so we are going to our closing now. I want to thank you so much for joining me on this panel. It has been insightful, and I'm sure the conversation will continue some more. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Nadine.
So now it's a good time for us to look at the work of one of our partners in education, our partners in World Teachers Day. The organization iEARN has been virtually connecting classrooms around the world for the past 30 years. I invite you to take a look.
Day from everyone at iEARN-USA, the International Education and Resource Network. I'm so excited to be here today to celebrate you. I've been blessed to have many amazing teachers in my life. In fact, in my family alone, there are 9 teachers. I've seen on any given day the time, energy, and passion that you've given to your students. But these aren't ordinary times. This year, nearly 90% of students around the world have been impacted by school closures due to COVID. But it's not just students who are impacted. You've been impacted too. Many of you are juggling between in-classroom and online teaching, while others of you are spending 7 hours or more every day online to support your students and their parents, all while juggling the demands of your own families. Never before have we experienced disruption like this in our educational systems. But in these most extraordinary of times, teachers around the world, like you, have gone to extraordinary measures to reach your students. You've learned new systems, technology, and teaching methods in order to bring your lessons to life online. You've shown your creativity and agility, pivoting on a dime to switch to virtual classrooms. I'm inspired and in awe of the strength and commitment that you've shown in overcoming obstacles that you've faced. Your compassion and your love for your students have literally brought me to tears as I've heard stories about how you've gone above and beyond, reaching into your own pockets to help a student in need, driving long distances to your students' homes so they can have a real face-to-face connection with you, to personally deliver school supplies or a school lunch, or to celebrate graduations and other milestones. These continue to be trying times for everyone, but your fighting spirit, your sense of responsibility, and your dedication to serve will power you through. But you're not alone. We here at iEARN have been connecting classrooms through technology for over 30 years. Please know that we and so many others are here to support you by providing resources or training as you learn to navigate our new norms. Thank you for your courage and dedication. To your students and to us, you're more than teachers and role models. You're heroes. Be safe and be well. And again, happy World Teachers Day.
And welcome again to this powerful World Teachers Day like none other, with science as our guide and the health of our students and our colleagues and families as our priority. We are going to get through this. That's the message of hope. Let's hear now from my very dear friend and NEA's newly elected Vice President, Princess Moss.
Hello, everyone. We are living in unprecedented times. With social distancing as our new normal, I can't tell you how much I miss seeing all of you. The health and safety of you, your students, and all of our families is of utmost importance, and we value that importance. I want you to stay encouraged during all of this. You know, we've been around since 1857, and we've seen hard times before. Maybe not like what we're experiencing now, but we've been through hard times. We got through Janice. We got through Friedrichs. We will get through the coronavirus. So remember, stay encouraged, stay uplifted, chin up, and remember, wash your hands.
So yes, inspirational and practical. Thank you so much, Princess. We've been to Mexico. We've been to the United States. Let us now head to the Caribbean for a look at World Teachers Day in the islands. Don't forget to join us on social media with the hashtag 5OCT October, 5OCT Live, all one word. And let's go back to Nadine, mi amiga. Muy buenas noches a ti, Nadine. Good evening in your part of the world.
Thank you, Lily, and good evening again from Kingston, Jamaica. Okay, so we now go into our introduction for our Caribbean segment.
Hi everyone, Usain Bolt here. I just want to wish all the teachers a happy World Teachers Day. I know time has been tough. I know the pandemic has made things crazy, but I just want to wish you guys a wonderful day and keep up the good work.
We want to thank our friend Usain Bolt for getting right to the point. He's the fastest man on earth, and after all, that's the shortest message in all of World Teachers Day today. Now, Lily, I think that is a record. So, the 20 nations of the Caribbean are each distinct and unique, but we are bound together by our common desire and effort for good quality education. We are, like our brothers and sisters across the world, adjusting and adapting to COVID-19. Like I said before, the stories are all similar. We find a common bond. So we are now going to move in and say, let's have a look at this message and support of encouragement from our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. Let's take a walk across the road to the office of the Prime Minister at Jamaica House.
The government of Jamaica join in solidarity with Education International and its member unions in celebrating World Teachers Day 2020. Today, we pay tribute to those who have chosen the noble mission of shaping destinies and promoting knowledge. We thank them for their compassionate service to their communities and country. The past months have tested our traditional educational modalities as the COVID-19 pandemic has required our teachers to adapt and innovate in providing instruction. Teachers in Jamaica and the Caribbean have been caring and creative in reaching out to our most vulnerable children, delivering schoolwork and even meals to them, sometimes in remote communities. They have quickly adapted to the situation, and where there have been resource gaps, our teachers have even improvised using their own resources. Our teachers have embraced the shift to remote and online teaching and learning methods. Many have improved their digital capacity. This new norm requires that we are all actively engaged in rapidly learning new ways to survive these challenging times. Despite the disruption to the education system by the pandemic, the recent sitting of the examinations administered by the Caribbean Examinations Council is but one example of the dedication of our teachers. The government of Jamaica is committed to supporting our teachers in the best way we can as a mark of recognition of the important role you play in society. We are committed to providing you with the necessary technological tools that are needed to execute your duties. We recognize that for you to succeed, all students must also have access, and we have embarked on an ambitious plan to provide broadband internet access to all our students. You are in a profession that asks of you to give so much of yourselves. In all of this giving, remember to take care of your own physical and emotional wellness, especially during this period of anxiety caused by the pandemic. As you celebrate today, I wholeheartedly endorse the theme, Teachers, Leading in Crisis, Reimagining the Future. Whether you are working from home, have resumed in-person school, or are out delivering to your students, we say thank you for the work you do and encourage you to continue giving another child the opportunity to hope for a brighter future. To our hardworking teachers around the globe, happy Teachers' Day and one love from Jamaica.
Thanks very much, Prime Minister Holness. We're now pleased to share with you from another friend of the Caribbean, a son of the soil, His Excellency Dr. Didicus Jules, the Director General of the Organization of Caribbean States. Dr. Jules.
COVID-19 pandemic has created an unprecedented global crisis that has spared no one, whether rich or poor, big or small, and it has now forever changed our notion of the normal. The education sector was one of the most severely impacted sectors, and teachers as the frontline workers have borne the brunt of this assault. They have had to take the lead in the crisis, reinvent their pedagogy, ensure learning continuity for their students, even in situations where no support was readily available. In the Caribbean, their efforts have been nothing less than heroic, creating digital learning in the face of material limitations, preparing physical instructional packages that some have personally delivered to the homes of their students with flowers or sweets to bring instruction and cheer. We salute the teachers of the OECS, the Caribbean and the world, for being our heroes of learning, our front line of the educational front in the war against COVID. Respect.
Respect, Dr. Jules. Thank you so much. With 20 Caribbean nations being members of the Caribbean Union of Teachers, you can imagine that it is difficult for us to get all of our messages in. So some messages will not be aired in this afternoon's segment, but you will be able to view them later on the EI's website. We have another set of videos coming up for you, and we start with the Bermuda Union of Teachers. Involved in this one as well is a short roundtable discussion by members of the CUT, including the Secretary General, Don Howell, and the President, Dr. Garth Anderson. Please enjoy.
The global COVID-19 pandemic has given the entire world occasion to pause and reflect. Education systems around the world have felt the acute pain of sudden restructuring, renovating, and restoring of educational tenets in a socially distanced new normal. Here in Bermuda, we've also used this stark interruption as a chance to rejuvenate and recommit to our vital duty of nurturing and educating our country's youth. Over the past few months, education in Bermuda has seen many changes as we collectively cope with this new norm. Daily good mornings filled with bright smiles, warm hugs, and hands-on teaching and learning have been replaced with elbow bumps, a focus on virtual and remote learning, and hidden emotions behind face masks and shields. It has been more than a simple adjustment. Indeed, it's been a total paradigm shift in the way we engage with the social, emotional, and academic education of our beloved students. In a matter of weeks, teachers and students across our island homes switched from classroom interaction to remote engagement for a period of 3 months as school buildings shut down for the remainder of the 2019-2020 school year. Initially, our experience was dampened by tremendous technological challenges, emotional adjustments, and a marked lack of access to adequate resources to effectively execute the daunting, unexpected job that had fallen on our heads. As time passed, however, we fought back. We fought like our union forebears would expect us to. Our members in the Bermuda public school system fulfilled the myriad and many additional expectations with grace, dignity, and a resourcefulness that bordered on elegance. It was a beautiful scene to watch unfold. The need for an upgrade in our system-wide technological infrastructure was exposed quite dramatically by the break speed shift to remote learning. And that upgrade is well on its way as we speak. A slim silver lining in an overwhelmingly dark cloud. Another silver lining we can celebrate is that our teachers learned many new skills. We now have professional Zoom presenters, master class dojo practitioners, and world-class Google Classroom instructors on our sensational team. But I digress. Like the rest of the world, COVID-19 has taken its toll on Bermuda, forcing closures of many businesses, leaving many citizens jobless and struggling, and ultimately causing a massive financial strain on the economy. It was for us, as it was for many societies around the world, a dire picture devoid of hope and rife with uncertainty. Perhaps our saving grace was our relative geographical isolation, which meant that our COVID-19 infection numbers remained comparatively low, crawling to a halt once our international airport was shut down. We've had casualties, but we've stood quite strong in the face of this devastating, invisible plague, and our government and public agencies have come together to forge a very encouraging bond in the fight to bring Bermuda through this calamitous time with her head held high and her affairs in relatively good order. The Bermuda Union of Teachers is proud that we, on behalf of our members, were able to put former conflicts aside and find common ground with our government allies in this historically vital battle. It is imperative that we, as a species, come through this blight, and we are proud in the knowledge that we have developed a strong understanding with our former adversaries and confident that our efforts in these last few months will bear fruit for us in future negotiations. Our efforts have ensured that all of our members will continue to be able to provide for their families during this frightening time, and brought us to a place where we, as a system of education, were able to successfully reopen public schools at every level for the 2020-2021 school year. For this, we, the Bermuda Union of Teachers, extend a heartfelt thanks to our amazing members for their energy, strength, resilience, determination, and unshakable professionalism. We salute each and every one of you in solidarity on this World Teachers' Day celebration, celebrating teachers leading in crisis, reimagining the future.
The Jamaica Teachers Association joins millions of teachers globally in celebrating World Teachers' Day with a very opportune theme, Teachers Leading in Crisis, Reimagining the Future. Guy Kawasaki posited, If you have to put anyone on a pedestal, put teachers. They are society's heroes. The year 2020 will be etched in our memories forever. With several natural disasters, racial tensions, and most significantly, a global pandemic that suddenly rearranged our lives. Undoubtedly, the COVID-19 pandemic has triggered the most extensive disruption in education in history. Schools were unceremoniously closed on March 12, 2020, shifting teaching activities from face-to-face to online. In the words of one of my colleagues, for many institutions, phones were not allowed in school up to March 12. However, as of March 12, school was in the phones. A vivid expression of how rapidly life changed. I pause to hail the many administrators and teachers whose sacrificial efforts, rapid response, and creativity ensure that the most essential business of education continued as of the next day, March 13. The crowning moment of this effort, which captured the spirit of the Jamaican teachers, was the initiative of Mr. Keron King of Little Bay Primary and Infant School in Westmoreland, who traversed hills and valleys using whatever mode of transportation necessary, including bike back, to deliver schoolwork to students, doing his part in ensuring inclusiveness as we grapple with the digital divide across the land. Teachers bear the weight of our nation's highest expectations and possibilities on our shoulders. Our teachers have found creative ways to exploit the many opportunities. Over 20,000 teachers in Jamaica have benefited from ongoing training in manipulating various learning management systems. Teachers are more resourced to effectively participate in online teaching. More than 20,000 tablets negotiated through the JTA have been distributed to teachers. School leaders working in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, teachers and other stakeholders have been doing an awesome job in preparing school plans to accommodate reduced numbers while ensuring the observation of all health protocols. Our teachers continue to offer and benefit from psychosocial sessions and healthy lifestyle practices aimed at addressing the possibility of mental challenges so prevalent in the society today. Teachers, I dedicate this special day to you. You may not be classified as an essential worker, but may I remind you, you are essential. Constantly on the front line in this crusade to eradicate illiteracy and emancipate millions from mental slavery. Let us continue to unite and serve.
COVID-19 did hit us, and we were hit very hard. Our teachers in Guyana, they have suffered. We've lost 3 of our members, 28 were infected with COVID, and they have lost family members, as well as we've lost students. And so this whole pandemic would have impacted greatly on the education system. But our teachers, the resilient people they are, we would have continued to ensure that our students were kept engaged. Collis, tell us about your experience.
And thank you very much, Madam McDonald. I am Collis Nicholson, Regional Vice President Demerara of the Guyana Teachers Union. COVID-19, as you rightly mentioned, has not spared us. But we, as a resilient fraternity, the teaching fraternity, we have not allowed that to allow the COVID-19 to separate us from our learners. But we have approached and we have done using the blended learning approach to this very situation. We have made certain that not only the Zoom or WhatsApp or Edmodo system we would have used, but we would have also printed worksheets and papers so that our learners can be fully engaged during this period.
But you know, Collis, let me stop you a little. I've recognized that with this new mode of teaching, that quite a lot of our teachers have been complaining about the difficulty they have experienced in the classrooms, in the Zoom classrooms, using WhatsApp. Tell us something.
That's because of a lack of experience, a lack of devices, and a lack of connectivity that they would have faced. A number of teachers would have faced that, and a number of teachers continue to face that. And so, as a union, we want to say to our teachers, hold steadfast. We understand the difficulties you face. We understand the tremendous problems that you encounter while you were during this COVID-19 pandemic, and we want to salute your immense contribution. So as we celebrate World Teachers Day, which will be held on the 5th of October, we want you to understand that we are with you. And as we go along, we are entrusting the theme for this year's celebration, which says, Teachers, Leading in Crisis, Reimagining the Future. And against that theme, we want to say, hats off to you. Hats off, teachers. You have done well, and you will continue to do well.
And we want to join Collis with the rest of the world to say to our teachers, Happy Teachers Day. So, Collis, I recognize, and you recognize too, that World Teachers Week of celebrations that we usually have is going to be one with a difference this year. But regardless of which way we go, our teachers' contribution to Guyana and to the Caribbean cannot go unnoticed. And so we would like to take the opportunity to salute them, even while our government just releasing a budget with nothing there in terms of any increase for our teachers. Our teachers are continuing to fight this cause, continuing to lead the battle, because we recognize that with education, we can change the world. And so this year is going to be no different. Our settings are going to be different, but the way in which we recognize our teachers, that is not going to be different. Tell us what you have.
As a matter of fact, for this year, we have 1 week of activities in this our very own country, Guyana, to celebrate the contribution of teachers. On the 1st of October, we have male teachers in focus, because we want to recognize all the male teachers, notwithstanding that we understand that not many males are in the profession. On the 2nd of October, we have youthful teachers in focus, because we have a number of youthful teachers who are coming into the system and they're holding the fort as though they've been there for a number of years. On the 3rd day, we have we are recognizing head teachers, all those head teachers in the rivering area, on the coastline, wherever they are. We know that head teachers are very much important to schools, and they lead the way in education on the ground. On the 4th day, we're looking at innovative teachers, because we recognize that there are teachers who in this very pandemic, they go way beyond to make certain that the learners are engaged. And on the 5th day, we have our virtual concert, and we have honoring of teachers who have more than 30 years service in the teaching profession.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to this entire week of celebrations. And so, Collis, would you join me in saying Happy Teachers Day to our teachers, not only in Guyana, but across this world, and more so in the Caribbean. Happy Teachers
Day from all of us at GTU.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Michelle Quealy, President of the Anguilla Teachers Union. COVID-19 has created a sense of angst in all spheres of the world. We here in Anguilla have not recorded an outbreak in the way that some of our neighboring islands did. But when the first case was suspected, all schools were temporarily closed as a precautionary measure. When the result came back positive, this cemented the need to remain closed, a situation which heightened as the reveal of 2 more positive cases was evident. Of course, persons were thrown into a frenzy, and when it became apparent that schools had to remain closed for much longer than was anticipated, it meant that teachers had to make significant adjustments to the way in which education was delivered to our children. If I am not mistaken, school was closed as early of March right through to June 2020. We are talking here about a new norm. Having to take the classroom from the familiar physical space to the virtual learning environment. Although in some cases, virtual learning was utilized by teachers prior to COVID-19, it was done on a cursory level, and it was a matter of choice. Now, teachers had no choice. Many did not have the experience using tools for virtual learning, and this proved challenging, not just for them, but for students and parents. I am pleased to say that the Ministry of Education, recognizing these challenges, responded by way of providing training and support to teachers in the use of online learning platforms and embarked on sensitizing parents and the general public on the new norm. Of course, change brings with it some measure of uncertainty, but it also enacted creativity. It behoves me at this point to commend the teachers in Anguilla for their cooperation in spite of the challenges that they faced having to adjust to this new norm. In addition to many not having the technological agility, teachers had to tolerate student and parent apathy, student disconnectedness and disengagement in the virtual learning environment, student absenteeism, students not having the technological tools to access learning from within their home, and of course, some teachers even registered instances of ill health arising from having to sit for long periods of time to deliver instruction online. But while through it all, they remained faithful and committed to the business of education. Many teachers went beyond the call of duty, and just like they did in the aftermath of Hurricane Irma in 2017, they pressed on with a heightened sense of resilience. Kudos to all teachers.
We have gathered here this afternoon to have a very brief discussion, a brief roundtable on how it is that COVID-19 has been impacting on our female teachers or women in education in the Caribbean.
To everyone, good day to everyone across the world. I am Don Howell, General Secretary, Caribbean Union of Teachers.
I'm Garth Anderson, President, CUT.
Tonya Freitas out of Trinidad and Tobago.
And hello, I am Tricia Williams, President of the Nevis Teachers Union.
Like every region in the world, COVID-19 would have impacted the Caribbean in a unique way. We have a number of small developing states, some larger than others. But while we have one experience, we all have different circumstances as it relates to COVID-19. And so today we're going to share the Caribbean experience and also zero in on some of the issues that would have affected women in the region as a result of COVID-19. We can start with Antonia.
Thank you, Don, and good evening once again to viewers and listeners. Trinidad and Tobago, like other territories around the world, we have been significantly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. As educators in the first instance, we found ourselves thrown into having to navigate the virtual domain when emergency remote teaching kicked in March of this year. Subsequently, as our new school term has started, it started on September the 1st, we recognize there are many challenges, not only for educators in general, but for women in particular. As female educators, we are called to balance the work that we do in our schools with our home and family life and those responsibilities. So we recognize as a union of educators, Tutor has had to provide quite a bit of psychosocial and socio-emotional support for our female teachers especially, ensuring that the work-life balance is maintained, ensuring that the contact time where they have to engage their students is done within the school hours and they are therefore able to deal with their personal lives. We have found ourselves having to provide financial support in some instances, albeit on a smaller scale, but more importantly, to negotiate and to collaborate with our stakeholders, the Ministry of Education, and our Chief Personnel Officer, who deals with terms and conditions, to ensure that our educators' rights or women's rights are not infringed upon. So that is a process in which we are currently engaged and which will take us perhaps to the end of the year.
Thank you, Antonia, for sharing. Maybe Tricia, you can shed some light coming from the small island of Moose.
Yes, on the brink of the coronavirus pandemic coming to the Caribbean, as a unit, the Nevis Teachers Union, we decided to send a survey out in terms of, trying to get an understanding of the preparation that would be needed, whether teachers had access to internet and to the devices. And we were able to take the information from that survey, and we had a discussion with our partners in education, the education department, and they assisted in terms of getting the materials that we would have needed. They decided to get the Microsoft platform, get us all on board. So we did several months of training for the Microsoft team. Some teachers and also students who did not have access to internet, they were provided with internet service by the government through a partnership with Digicel, and the teachers as well, they also were provided with devices to work with. So we had several training sessions via MS Teams, and we also use other platforms to have meetings, basically. Teachers on a whole, they expressed their dissatisfaction with some of the things that transpired as a result of the training that involves using the online platforms. And I must say that the Ministry of Education worked closely with the Nevis Teachers Union to get the teachers on board and get them ready, and also the parents and the students in this regard.
What was the response of our teachers as mothers and wives? They now are at home, they are looking after their children, and they're working from home.
That's why I spoke about the work-life balance and trying to maintain that and ensuring that the rights are not infringed upon, because the expectation is that you would have them full-time online. And we've been fighting against that.
As a region, we are vulnerable to several different shocks. One of them is certainly the pandemic that we are going through, and having listened to you, clearly it has not been easy for the teachers in the region. We have been struggling with internet infrastructure, access, the lack of devices, and I think the grave one among all the things that we have been experiencing is that of governments trying to cut salaries of teachers, something that we have been struggling with and fighting against, and will continue that struggle. But of great import to me, and I think to those who are listening, I would like to hear from our female union leaders how they think that we could build resilience in the education system to treat with social and professional concerns that we have.
We have roughly 14,000 teachers in the education system, the public system, 11,000 plus which are our members, 80% of that number being female. And what we as tutor have tried to do in the first instance is improve the capacity, build capacity within our membership, especially our females. So whilst the Ministry of Education offered training programs on how to navigate Microsoft Teams, and so as Tricia said, we have also embarked on training to build capacity amongst members as tutor. That will allow us then to work towards building resilience within our education system. What we are looking for, Garth, is basically 4 R's. We are looking for robustness, we are looking for responsiveness, we are looking for provision of resources, and we are looking for redundancy. So our aim through the collaboration with the Ministry of Education and other stakeholders is that for this period when we are engaged in remote teaching, we will have the necessary training, resources, devices, technical, human, and financial support to attend to the needs of the teachers, allowing them to deal with our learners effectively.
And so you just had a slice of the Caribbean Union of Teachers, some of our members. Remember, there are many more videos. We can't fit them all into this slot, but you can view them on YouTube and on the EI website. I think of the one from Trinidad with a teacher named Steve. I think of the one from Grenada. I think of the one from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and there are others. They will be available for your viewing later on. Now, the Caribbean boasts, we say, one of the oldest integration movements in the world, and that is CARICOM, our Caribbean Community Common Market. We now have the Prime Minister of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Chairman of CARICOM, Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonzalez.
Ladies and gentlemen, the people of the member states of the Caribbean Community CARICOM are no strangers to natural disasters and even social disruptions that can interrupt their lives. Therefore, when the COVID-19 pandemic forced the closure of many of our institutions, including schools, it was no surprise that the resilience born out of our experiences guided our responses across the Caribbean. While the impact of the pandemic on the ground varied from state to state, there has been a pan-Caribbean collective understanding and response that shows unity and support for the well-being of our people. Overwhelmingly, our teachers have exemplified this attitude in a most heartening way as they navigated the online space and highly controlled face-to-face teaching and learning to support each other in their redefined roles as virtual teachers and face-to-face teachers. We salute them, as well as those teachers who reached out to offer nutritional and emotional support to our vulnerable children. The partnerships between our regional entities and others also stand as a defining feature in these challenging times. The pandemic is not over. Bearing this in mind, the celebration today of World Teachers' Day is quite fitting to appeal to our educators to be at our strongest and creative best as we stand together to take advantage of the opportunities now presenting themselves for meaningful change in education. We in the Caribbean Community CARICOM are in solidarity with teachers worldwide under the leadership of Education International and endorse your theme, Teachers Leading in Crisis, Reimagining the Future. Happy World Teachers' Day. Long live Education International. Thank you and God bless you.
We thank Dr. Gonzalez for that message. Solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Strong words. Now, Lily, normally when you hear this name, it's because he takes a microphone and he thrills us with his crossover reggae, whether native reggae music. He's an entertainer par excellence. He's the man who gave us Mr. Bombastic, or It Wasn't Me. I know David Edwards likes that one. Shaggy has taken the microphone and he is standing in solidarity with teachers. The Honorable Orville Richard Burrell, CDOJ, Shaggy, for you as we close the Caribbean segment.
Everybody, this is Shaggy, and I'd just like to take the time out to say much thanks to all the teachers around the world, especially our Caribbean teachers who are assisting right now in these difficult times. I know it's especially hard to teach, especially virtually, in these virtual classrooms during these COVID times. And you guys have been dedicated. I know it's really tough because my kids and my wife has been going through it also with our kids, and it is really tough, especially to keep the children's attention. But you guys have really stepped up to the plate and have made it happen. So to all the teachers in the Caribbean and worldwide, we thank you 110% and keep the good work going. Much love and respect, and I hope we'll all get out of this very soon. Thank you.
And I want to thank Nadine, and Shaggy is honorable. Thank you so much for sharing all of that. I know that the Caribbean at any given moment is in the middle of storms and hurricanes, and to have your courage in taking on one more challenge and making sure your students and your communities have what they need. And what a perfect way to end this with those inspirational words from Shaggy. Friends, now we've been to the Caribbean, Mexico, the United States. It's time to head further north and visit with our colleagues in Canada, in this North American Caribbean region. And they've prepared a warm greeting and a series of reports on Canada's schools, educators, and how they are trying to adapt with all of the needs brought to us by COVID-19. So let's turn to Canada.
Hello, teachers and administrators. Happy World Teachers Day. Normally, this is a day for celebration, a day to honor those dedicated to this profession. But this is not a normal year, far from it. On this World Teachers Day, our tone is different, and rightfully so. Simply celebrating our teachers would wash over the immense obstacles facing the profession and our publicly funded public education system. In March, teachers were presented with a crisis, one for which there was no training. But through it all, they persevered. In fact, the true character and strength of this profession has shone through the darkness. Teachers have stepped up with little direction, from a distance, and under challenging conditions. The pandemic continued to force teachers to work in uncomfortable, unpredictable, and unsustainable ways. But teachers carry on for their students and for all Canadians. Keeping schools open safely ensures that parents, especially women, can go to work, keeping our economy afloat throughout this unprecedented time. The country depends on our teachers. So today, I want to say thank you to Canada's teachers. Thank you for your commitment and dedication as educators, as colleagues, as the heartbeat of our communities. Thank you for stepping up during the pandemic to support students in innovative ways, in ways you never imagined. Thank you for helping all of us get through this. Merci.
Bonjour à tous. Happy World Teachers Day. I'm Andrew King from the Canadian Teachers Federation. To begin our segment, we'd like to share a video with you. In fact, it's a teaser for a new campaign we're about to launch. The campaign, funded by the federal government, aims to address a teacher shortage. Yes, there is a teacher shortage in Canada. Et c'est particulièrement le cas dans la communauté minorité de langue française. Cette vidéo, la première en série, fait la promotion de la profession auprès des jeunes Canadiennes et Canadiens avec le groupe d'humour Improntienne. Enjoy.
Ben, on est super fiers d'avoir été nommé ambassadeur de la campagne Enseigner, ça me parle.
Oui, puis en fait, je pense qu'au sein des protéines, on a presque tous un parent qui a été enseignant ou enseignante.
Oui, ma mère.
Ben, moi les deux.
Peux-tu en empêcher un?
Non. Puis, on a tous compris vraiment à quel point c'est une belle profession, puis c'est une profession importante.
Oui, puis il y a un besoin d'enseignantes puis d'enseignants comme
vrai,
partout au pays, là.
Moi, il y a un enseignant au secondaire dont je me rappellerai toujours, c'est Monsieur Dubois.
Madame Sylvie en maternelle.
Lui, c'était mon enseignant de théâtre.
Tu fais du théâtre, toi?
Dude, je suis comédien.
Ah, c'est cute que tu penses ça. Madame Sylvie, elle était super organisée. Tes règlements étaient clairs, puis moi, ça m'aidait parce que je savais exactement quoi faire.
T'étais-tu chouchou?
Non.
Y a-tu vraiment personne qui t'a marqué? Monsieur Dubois m'a montré que j'étais capable de faire autre chose que des petits sketchs pout-pout, tu sais, puis que je pouvais faire du vrai théâtre.
Tu te fais pas mal encore du pout-pout.
T'as vraiment rien, man?
Non, je pense pas.
J'avais été un élève modèle toute l'année.
Oh, God.
Mais la dernière semaine d'école, j'ai accroché mon chevalet avec toutes les pots de peinture, puis ça a tombé sur le chevalet d'à côté, puis sur l'autre chevalet, puis sur l'autre chevalet. Puis, écoute, le plancher, là, il était sale à grandeur. C'était comme une cascade de dégâts, tu sais.
un domino de dégâts.
Oui, c'est ça.
Un wash de gouache.
C'est mauvais.
Oh non, oui, Monsieur Leroux. Monsieur Leroux, mon enseignant de 5e année. Un jour, Eric l'a comme mis au défi pour faire une course, puis en fin de compte, c'est Monsieur Leroux qui a gagné la course.
Ça n'a tellement pas rapport, là. Puis Monsieur Dubois, il y avait une façon de nous faire travailler en nous laissant aller, tu sais, pour qu'on apprenne de nos erreurs, genre.
C'est vrai que t'es rendu bon à faire des erreurs. T'es vraiment...
C'est tellement niaiseux, là.
Ah, j'étais tellement déçu de moi-même. Je passais le restant de la journée à pleurer dans mon coin.
Classique.
Puis Madame Sylvie, ben, elle est venue me parler pendant 1 heure pour me réconforter. Tu sais, c'était vraiment plus qu'une spécialiste de peinture à l'eau.
C'est gentil, ça.
C'est cute. Et puis sans qu'on s'en rende compte, on est tous devenus plus autonomes et plus confiants, autant plus confiants par rapport à notre talent d'acteur que par rapport à n'importe quoi qu'on pouvait accomplir dans la vie. Fait que là, c'est à votre tour. Parlez-nous d'une enseignante ou d'un enseignant qui a marqué votre vie à vous.
Envoyez ça en vidéo, 2 minutes, gros max.
Viens checker ça, il y a bien d'autres choses qui s'en viennent.
Welcome back. Now we'd like to provide you with a glimpse of the work that the CTF-FCA has carried out since the beginning of the pandemic to help member organizations and teachers across the country. With a combination of distance, online, and in-classroom teaching and learning, teachers have worked tirelessly to educate their students and to keep schools open safely. Since the outset of the pandemic, the CTF-FCA has worked closely with the federal government to help the most vulnerable and to keep schools as safe as possible. Secretary General Cassandra Hallett sat down with federal ministers Ahmed Hussein and Mariam Monsef to highlight our joint efforts with the government and to share what measures have been made to help public education, teachers, and vulnerable children and youth throughout these past months.
So thank you very much for joining us, Minister. It's really greatly appreciated. And of course, as you know, this has been a really trying period for Canadians, and one that we're all predicting is going to continue for some time. We've seen in particular the challenges that are being faced in schools across the country. And I know that you have school-aged children, so I'd be curious off the bat on a personal level, how has the transition back to school been for your family?
Well, it was the number one topic for conversation for the last number of weeks. It still is. Our 11-year-old son has gone back to school. We were confident in the plan that the school and the school board had with respect to keeping him safe and the plans that they had for social distancing, for cleaning supplies, and all the other pieces that went into that. So he's back. The one just younger than him, our 7-year-old, he has asthma. We just found out recently that he has asthma, so we're a little bit concerned about him. He hasn't gone back yet, but we are figuring out how that's going to look like. So he's getting homeschooled right now by my wife, but we're looking forward for him to go back as well. But we're just figuring out how that would work medically for him.
Of course, certainly, though, you've just conveyed in a nutshell how well you understand the challenges that so many Canadian families are are facing, and you articulated some of the measures that we believe need to be in place to make schools safe for students and teachers.
And for the teachers, yes.
Exactly.
And we have to give parents the confidence that both the teachers and the students and the general staff in the schools are being kept safe while they are off to work or to school themselves. So, you know, with our neighbors, with the community, in my own household, this has been an ongoing conversation, and I really recognize the concerns that parents have had on this, which is why we stepped up. We stepped up in a big way, and I was very, very proud to join the Prime Minister when he flew down to Toronto to make that important announcement of an investment by the federal government of $2 billion in the Safe Return to Class Fund. Really, really important investment that will make a big difference in schools right across our country, enable school boards to buy personal protective equipment, to get more cleaning supplies, improve their air ventilation system, do whatever, get additional spaces and so on. So this is something that we heard very loudly and clearly from parents, from members of parliament, from teachers and others, that more needed to be done. There were a lot of serious concerns around this, and so we felt that as a government that we should step up as well to help the provinces and the school boards safely restart the school year. And we know that this is an ongoing challenge, but we hope that the federal investment of $2 billion is going to make a difference in how we all adjust collectively to provide a safe and welcoming environment for students and for the teachers.
Wondering if there's a message you might like to send to Canadian families, knowing what a difficult year this is, knowing the many concerns that you've shared, that families across the country are feeling, particularly families that already have economic challenges or children with immune-compromised systems, etc. Knowing how essential schools are to the running of our country, literally for our country to work, we need a strong public education system. Is there a message you might like to share with Canadians?
First of all, I'd like to begin by thanking Canadian families for stepping up, for keeping each other safe, for following the public health advice of our world-class medical health professionals. Families have stepped up in a big way, and we have had their backs. We've promised to continue to have their backs. And very early in the pandemic, we had a one-time increase in the Canada Child Benefit for every child, up to $300 increase for every child for families who are receiving the Canada Child Benefit already. In addition to that, on July 20th, we increased the Canada Child Benefit again permanently. Again, to take into account the increase in the cost of living and raising children. We've provided the GST tax credit that has given families and individuals that extra bit of money to help with the pandemic, helped seniors with additional payments in OAS and GIS. So for families, we want to continue to be there. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit has helped keep families, keep employees to continue to earn an income that was lost due to employment. That is helping families as well. So is the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy that we've extended to next summer. If you look at the CERB, for those for the folks who are EI eligible, they will be transitioning into the EI system starting yesterday. And for those who are not EI eligible, we will introduce a new Canada Recovery Benefit, which will help them as well as make further changes to the sickness benefits to help more individuals. So we want to be there and continue to be there. We have been there for Canadian families, but we want to continue to do that because we know we're not out of the woods yet and people need support. And we'll do whatever we can to maintain that support so that we can keep Canadians healthy and then we can have a strong recovery.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Huson. Your time is appreciated. The commitment of the federal government is deeply appreciated. As you say, we're not out of the woods yet with COVID-19. And that whole of society, all of government approach, at least from the perspective of the Teachers Federation, is going to continue to be much needed. So thank you again for making the time to chat with me. It is World Teachers Day, October 5th, and we're celebrating the profession at this time. So thank you again.
Excellent. An excellent profession. I can tell you from a personal perspective, my teachers, both in primary school and in high school, were extremely instrumental in my life. And I remember their influence on me fondly, and their sacrifice and their service to produce good citizens. So I have the deepest amount of respect for teachers, and I think teachers should be held in the highest regard by everyone in our community. You guys do an amazing job, and it's an honor to join you today.
Thank you again. Take good care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Monsef. It's such a pleasure that you've joined me this evening for a chat as we honor World Teachers Day. I'd love to start by rolling the clock backward a little bit to when the pandemic abruptly hit our lives and changed the lives of Canadians in the month of March. What was your initial reaction at that time?
Oh, Cassie, hi, bonjour Anine, salam alaikum, and happy World Teachers Day. I think that the first thing I thought about, like everybody else, was my loved ones. I was in Ottawa, they were in Peterborough and all over the world. And then, like everybody else, I thought I should probably go to the grocery store. But soon after, that those personal questions left my mind, what we started to hear from Canadians, particularly those in the women's movement, was you got to look out for the safety of women and you got to look out for the safety of kids, because this thing, like every pandemic, like every crisis, is going to increase the rates of violence that they're going to endure. And that's how you came into my world, and you're a wonderful member. So I'm happy to be here, and I hope everybody's safe and well. I know it's been intense for you all.
Thank you. So from the Minister of Health through other ministers to our connection, as you would know better than anyone, through the coalition, we endeavored to address gender-based violence, food insecurity, and connectivity. Are you able to speak to what the government may do going forward? As you say, we're still in this pandemic. So whilst we all believe we've made contributions, there's still more to do, and would love to hear from government.
And I think mental health came up a lot too in those conversations. So where the federal government has jurisdiction, we're acting right away. And whether it was through CERB or through investments in charitable organizations around food security, the 1,000+ organizations across the country who were able to keep their doors open, their staff and clients safe, so that when women came to them in their hour of need, escaping violence and abuse, they had a place to go. That work where we have jurisdiction, we've stepped up. Where we don't have direct jurisdiction, we're partnering. So on connectivity, we're very close to rolling out our universal broadband fund to bring high-speed internet to every community across the country as soon as possible, and accelerating our timelines. On food security, there's an angle around agriculture. Canada is an agriculture superpower, and we see now through the pandemic how important it is to our sovereignty, to our health, to our well-being. We're also seeing the connection between income security and other realities. Like we know with CERB, one of the first things people did who got it, some of the most vulnerable, was they ate better. They ate better. So on gender-based violence, though, where is my direct connection, that big tent that we built with Safe Kids Initiative is probably one of the best things that's come out of this god-awful biblical mess that is COVID, because it's going to be a vehicle for implementation and collaboration for the national action on gender-based violence, for our ongoing response. We're moving forward with the national child care plan, and the partnership with teachers and professionals who make this their life's work and have connections to communities and individuals is one that I treasure. And I know that our government, particularly a guy I know who used to be a teacher himself, appreciate very much and are going to be leaning on you more. So please keep the lines of communication open. Please take care of yourself. The country probably more than ever is asking a lot of you, our teachers. And I think at the same time, probably more than ever, appreciate what you have been doing for all of us as a profession for generations. So take care of yourselves, because a lot is riding on your well-being, and we'll be there with you every step of the way, but do take care. Do take care.
Thank you very much, Minister. That's probably a very lovely note to end as we are celebrating October 5th, World Teachers Day. Is there anything final you'd like to say as we close?
When I was little, somebody would ask me, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I'd say, I want to be a teacher. And I got to tell you, after this experience with COVID and our partnership together, I am more convinced than ever that that noble profession that you've chosen is a place that I aspire to be a part of. So I thank you for that inspiration, and really thank you for the partnership and the friendships.
Well, thank you again, Minister, and for all of your efforts and the collaboration with the Canadian Teachers Federation. It is sincerely appreciated. Stay well.
One thing that's happened during the pandemic is an incredible increase in the collaboration with other civil society organizations. To share some of those relationships, I had the chance to speak with two CTF FCO partners, the Canadian Women's Foundation and Boys and Girls Clubs of Canada, to talk about the collective response to the pandemic and what's changed since it began.
Paulette, it's great to see you. Months of working together throughout this pandemic, and it's nice to be here in this format. But unfortunately, things really haven't changed that much since we started down this path in March. I guess just to get into it, we've seen this pandemic has really threatened the progress of women. I think that issue is starting to be discussed more and more, but something that I'd like to focus on with you. And we've seen that definitely with the Canadian Teachers Federation. From your position, from your role in your organization, what have you seen, and what are the true threats of the pandemic to women in the women's progress?
Mm-hmm. I think you're right. We've seen economic layoffs and cutbacks that have fallen heavily on women, and most dramatically on women living on low incomes who experience intersecting inequalities based on their racial backgrounds, the class that they're in, their disability, their education, their migration and immigration status, just to name a few. And it was also heartbreaking, I think, to read a report just this week that children in racialized families have been hit harder by the pandemic, and particularly as they were in lockdown with their families compared to children in white families. So we know, for example, that many working women are breaking under the increased burden of childcare and education, and it's staggering. So, for example, a recent survey that said that 3 women in Canada have considered quitting their jobs so that they can better manage their children and their education and the care of their kids. So, time will tell what choices they'll face if we another lockdown that is quite possibly imminent, and the implications for children's financial security and career advancement are grim, unless, of course, we center gender equality in the plans for pandemic recovery.
Now, we've seen how important keeping schools open is to making sure that women can stay in the workforce, because the burden is falling on them with childcare, with their children's education, should children have to stay home. But what we do see, and you've mentioned already, is women's central role to the economy and to rebuilding an economy that's been really decimated by the pandemic. What steps need to be taken to see that women can maintain that role and grow as they were beyond this pandemic?
That's a good question. We know that long before the pandemic, the lack of access to affordable, quality childcare across Canada was a key barrier to women's economic independence and career, and their ability to advance. Now that the women's workforce participation has reached its lowest point in 3 decades, this issue has been very urgent. The recent speech from the throne, however, indicated some promising momentum towards a national childcare system. In fact, those words were in the actual throne speech. So we'll be watching to see if the government follows through. We certainly hope they will. Childcare, I think most people, especially those who have had the experience, will agree it is a vital piece of the puzzle for meaningful gender equality, and truly enables higher quality of life for women, their families, and communities.
You know, it's finally, because we have a short conversation here, as I mentioned off the top, that we started working together in late March, early April, in response to the pandemic and to address vulnerable communities affected by the pandemic. But it wasn't just our 2 organizations. There were hundreds of organizations that were involved in idea sharing and concrete actions. I just wonder, from your point of view, how important this period has been to seeing various civil society organizations come together to collectively address these issues and hopefully make some progress and make things a bit better for people throughout this.
You know, it's a really good question. And if ever there was a time for collaboration, it was now. I don't think there's one single organization out there that could actually put a stake in the ground and say, we're the ones to do this. It takes all of us. And so the role that CTF-FCE plays and that of the Canadian Women's Foundation on all the others that we collaborated with was critical. The increased risk of gender-based violence has been a huge concern, and we know that it became even more severe at the height of the pandemic lockdown. So to help people reach out, the Canadian Women's Foundation, for example, and I'm sure other organizations, have been raising awareness about one of the tools that we shared now around the world. It's called Signal for Help, and it is done in this way while you're on a virtual meeting such as this. And it's a way for those who are at risk to silently signal to someone that as you are on a video call, as we are now, that you need help. And the signal looks like this, as I said. So it helps. It's a silent way. If you have anyone around you, it'd be very difficult for folks to pick that up. Since we started promoting it, it's been really had great take up around the world, in fact, and we're now working with partners in various countries to actually spread awareness about it. In April, we also launched a national emergency fund, and others have done this as well. So we did this to help support the specific services, including those that help women facing gender-based violence during the pandemic. And so we raised more than $350,000 and counting. We're very proud of that, and have begun distributing these funds to grassroots level organizations that are at risk of shutting down. And we know that because many of them told us they weren't sure that they could make it. So we have also been honored to work with the federal government, where we partnered with them to access $13 million that we then distributed to sexual assault centers and gender-based violence intervention services in Canada. So these funds will be of benefit to over 450 providers across the country, and that's a pretty significant reach.
So Paulette, obviously the work is going to continue for some time. The pandemic's going nowhere. So I just want to thank you. I want to thank the work of the Canadian Women's Foundation and our collaboration with the Canadian Teachers Federation. I hope that it's ongoing and that we can find a way to continue helping women across Canada and beyond, perhaps. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. It's been a pleasure working with CTF-FCE on this. I look forward to other opportunities where we can collaborate, because it's together that we're going to get this done.
Thank you, and talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Owen, thank you very much for joining me today. It's great to talk about this for World Teachers Day. Just to get right into it, you run an organization that's dedicated to bringing children and youth together. But in March, this abrupted all of our plans with the pandemic, and we've seen how this has affected schools and education. How's it affected Boys and Girls Clubs?
Well, it definitely has had a major impact. We're a fairly large organization across the country, 200,000 kids at 725 locations, 7,000 staff. And the first thing was we couldn't operate. So there were about 6,000 of those staff at the outset that were laid off. But clubs are amazingly resilient and bounce back fairly quickly. What we saw was clubs starting to bring some staff back and starting to do things like deliver food to families who were in need, do mental health check-ins, wellness check-ins with families, and then start to figure out how they would adapt programming, because we're very much a place-based, got to come to our clubs to participate. We had to start adapting our programs to figure out how we dealt with the fact kids were not in clubs.
Now, how did you go about doing that? I think that's a big question for me, is everything you do is based about in person, bringing those kids together. You move these programs online. How do you keep them safe online? And is that even possible today to do that?
So first of all, online is an interesting place for us as an organization, because we actually run a campaign for several years called Unplug to Connect, because we felt that the online space and screens have really had a detrimental effect on youth. And it was really time that youth come to our clubs and disconnect from their screens to connect with individuals. And part of that is over 120 years of history developing really strong protocols around keeping kids safe, making sure that staff are given lots of training, that we ensure that staff are never alone with children, all sorts of protective mechanisms and layers we can put in place in that kind of environment. When you take us online, that changes. And I think for us, that was a real hurdle at first. Was we were used to be the ones sort of saying, hey, doom and gloom, if you're online, be careful. And now we were saying, we're going to meet you online. So we're going to use tools like Facebook and Zoom and everything people have heard about that had security issues or other fake news in them. And we realized what we had to do was start teaching both our staff and the kids that were participating about those risks, so that we could find ways to enhance their knowledge and teach them how to remain safe online. So a lot of this was about also adding protocols in terms of how do you replicate what we did offline in the online space to keep youth safe. So very quick adaptations of learning, pulling resources from others. We'd already done a bit of work in this area before the pandemic, so this was just accelerating some of this work to really understand how you keep people safe, put them in small groups, connect, and really put rules and parameters around what you can and can't do in the online space.
So we saw firsthand that work and that, like you said, having to adapt throughout the spring when you were involved with us with the Coalition to Keep Kids Safe, with the federal government and many other partners. And you were working with our third priority in that realm, connectivity, and obviously moving online, that was your focus. And you had one successful proposal that was funded by the federal government. Could you just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think it became really critical to pull together all the resources and to look to the federal government for assistance to get these kids connected and to do it in a safe way. We were really excited to work with many government departments, in fact, to make this a reality, to work with the Canadian Women's Foundation and the Canadian Teachers to really make this possible, and to say, first of all, let's create quality programming in an online space. Let's figure out how to adapt this programming to make sure that they've got hours and hours of valuable programming. So it was about saying we're going to get 10,000 vulnerable children and youth connected. We're going to give them about 30,000 hours of safe, high quality online programming, and also make sure that they had access, because a lot of them didn't have access to things like internet or the tools to get online. We find that unfortunately in a lot of the neighborhoods we serve, there may be one device for the entire family. There may not be Wi-Fi. They may be on one very limited data plan and trying to hotspot. So it was about getting them those tools very quickly, giving them high quality content. And then, of course, the part of the proposal that we thought was also fundamental, the sort of content, and the second piece was keeping them safe, making sure that what they were doing online was done in a way that respects what we understand as the strong boundaries of protection and maintaining the safety, giving protocols, giving guidelines, et cetera, for youth workers, for teachers, for others to understand how to make sure that they're operating in a safe way and that they're educating children about staying safe in an online space.
You bring up a really good point that this pandemic's not going anywhere anytime soon, and that equity issue is front and center with everyone moving online. How important is it that the federal government continue to fund projects like this and be involved to help?
Well, at the time we're talking, the challenge that we see is, of course, a second wave is predicted, and we may be on the rising crest of that side of that wave. And so we know that there will be more need for some time to come. We're going into the cold winter months here in Canada where people are going to be stuck inside, maybe doing a lot more of this kind of thing on screens and in Zoom. So the need to continue this work and to do it extends throughout this time. And it extends not just because that's the way things are going to happen, but because it's created a whole host of other issues. We're seeing things like mental health and stress, that includes anxiety and depression, exhibited by our youth. They've talked about this. We've seen lack of activity. We've seen that youth are showing signs of just being physically inactive, and hoping that we can create programming that means you might be looking at a screen, but you're moving, you're doing things, but also that you're talking about and getting help for some of the other issues that you're dealing with, about not being able to connect with the people you normally would. So this is about mentoring and connecting you to someone else who cares, connecting you to resources if needed that you might need to access, and making sure that throughout, however long this is, children and youth have access to those really vital resources of an adult who cares, an adult who can participate and engage you, and do it in a safe manner, and help undo some of the burden that happens when we see the mental health pressing down on lots of people right now.
Owen, thank you very much for taking part in this, and I wish you all the best, and thank you for all the great work that you're doing, and we hope that we can keep up the collaboration.
Great, thank you very much, Andrew.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed these conversations and hopefully learned about how the CTF-FCO has and continues to respond to this new reality. Now, a few words from some of our leaders across the country and the president of the Canadian Teachers Federation, Shelley Morse, before we hand it back to Lily and Nadine. Thanks for joining us, and happy World Teachers Day.
Au personnel enseignant de l'Ontario, du Canada et de partout ailleurs dans le monde, merci. Aujourd'hui et tous les jours, célébrez vos réalisations. Vous faites un travail remarquable.
To all teachers, Koyunamik, Nakumik, thank you.
Teachers, thank you for your unwavering dedication and the flexibility you have shown during the pandemic. You make a difference.
Hi, I'm James Bedford, President of the Manitoba Teachers Society. On behalf of our 16,000 members, happy World Teachers Day. We're all in this together, so thank you for everything you do. Merci beaucoup, Miigwech.
To the incredible professionals who in these challenging times are serving our students and our communities. Thank you, and happy World Teachers Day.
My name is Dean Ingram. I'm the president of the Newfoundland Labrador Teachers Association. Teaching as the profession makes all other professions possible. To all teachers, thanks for all that you do.
On behalf of the Ontario Teachers Federation, thanks to the teachers across Canada and around the world for their dedication to young people. During these challenging times, educators have once again risen to the occasion. Thank you.
Matthew Miller with the Northwest Territories Teachers Association. I want to thank teachers across Canada on this World Teachers Day.
From Saskatchewan, I want to wish teachers in Saskatchewan and right across Canada a big thank you for everything that you do for our students and our communities.
On behalf of the Alberta Teachers Association, thank you for your unwavering dedication in these uncertain times. Happy World Teachers Day.
Happy World Teacher Day. From the British Columbia Teachers Federation, thank you so much for everything you do for your students, especially in these trying times.
Thank you to all teachers across Canada for your dedication to students. Parents, students, and their communities appreciate your tireless efforts on the front lines of education during these challenging times.
Hey teachers, wishing you a happy Teachers Day. We know the work that you do makes the world a better place. All the best from the Nova Scotia Teachers Union.
Thank you, teachers, for all you do. From PEITF, in solidarity with you.
I want to thank you for all the work that you've been doing, your dedication, your creativity. Merci beaucoup pour tout le travail que vous faites.
On behalf of the Yukon Teachers Association, I would like to say thank you to all the teachers on World Teachers Day.
Hi, this is Clint Johnson from the BCTF and the CTF. Just want to say a huge thank you to all the teachers all over the world for the work you do every day, making the world a better place.
Teachers, hold your head high. You're doing an amazing job in a very difficult time. Happy World Teachers Day.
So I just want to say, I was watching Cassie talking to Canada's Minister of Gender Equality. Canada has a Minister of Gender Equality. The USA has Betsy Devos. Let's take a moment to deeply sigh. Okay. Oh. And as different as our circumstances are, if we see anything in this amazing, amazing day, this was amazing for me. It's what we all have in common. And part of what this emergency has shown throughout the world is the human toll of COVID-19. And that includes universal anxiety and stress, and not just amongst our students. We are all living in it now, and it has intensified existing high levels of stress, anxiety, fear across our own profession. And for so many teachers and staff, the increased workload has come with increased expectations, including those related to how are we going to provide for social emotional support for our students? And we've had to learn it on the fly, and we've had to learn it without being in the same room with our boys and girls. And I'm reminded that it's not just boys and girls. We have one more segment here. Brenda Austin Smith joins us now. She's the president of the Canadian Association of University Teachers. I'm a primary teacher. I taught the little guys, but Brenda reminds us that teaching is a profession from preschool to graduate school. And I want to thank you for being here, Brenda. Your association represents teachers and staff in post-secondary education. And I have one great big old question just to start our last conversation.
Sure.
So what does teacher well-being mean in your context? Because you have some unique insight. I understand you've recently conducted a survey of your membership. What are those findings relating to teacher well-being in the middle of this pandemic?
Thank you very much for asking, Lily, and happy World Teachers Day to you from me here in Winnipeg on Treaty 1 territory in the province of Manitoba in Canada. So yes, the CAUT surveyed our members in the wake of what we now all call the Great Pivot, right? The Great Move Online. And of the members who responded to our survey, we found a lot of distressing results and a lot of distressing realities for our members. Just for example, over 1/3 of our members reported that their workloads had increased 10 plus hours a week. The majority of our members reported working more, period, just in a general way. And 84% of the members that we surveyed reported really increasing levels of stress and anxiety related to some of the things that have already been talked about here today. Things like the absence of reliable, safe, dependent care, the absence of resources to fund things like ergonomic furniture and a Wi-Fi signal. So some of those things have interfered with our members' ability to do the jobs that they're so good at.
This is what you've just described. I think we could be any time zone, anywhere in this 24-hour thing that we just are about to complete, and they would have found the exact same thing. So talk a little bit. How about this? There are some things people keep saying, I can't wait to get back to normal. I can't wait to get back to the way things were. I'm talking to more and more of our colleagues who are saying, I don't want to get back to the way things were. There are some things now that we see that we need to change. What would your members say needs to change or needs to stay the same?
I think what members miss is the contact with students and the contact with colleagues, because one of the things that's really important in our sector are the research and service duties that we provide. And research and service have both been impacted by the pandemic. I'd say one of the things that nobody is is mourning or really looking forward to is the return to precarious work. Many of our members are hired on short-term contracts. They're not paid fairly for the work that they do. They lack resources. They often don't have any pension plan or benefits to see them through the pandemic in terms of teacher well-being, mental health, and emotional health supports. So these things are things that we would all like to see changed yesterday.
Right. It really has just shone a light on what we've been saying we need fixed for so long, and not just for our students who are in very different situations, but for our own colleagues and for our own professions. One of the things that I know has really impacted higher education has been the stress and trauma. It like you said, from precarious work, forever we've been saying that this is unacceptable and that people deserve full-time, respectful work. Talk a bit about the stress and trauma that our members, especially in higher education, are feeling right now. I know that in the United States, there are many universities that are under a lot of pressure to open up their doors and pretend like everything's all just fine and we'll go back to the way it is. And many of those have had to close their doors quite quickly as students and faculty became infected and super spreaders were created. Stress, trauma, higher education.
Absolutely. We haven't had as many of those episodes here in Canada because most of our member associations and our members teach at universities and colleges that are, for the most part, not 100% face-to-face. There's a lot of mixed hybrid learning going on. But the stress and trauma is still there because research lives have been disrupted, service lives have been disrupted, and many of our members have deep roots in communities. Communities not only in cities, but in rural areas, in northern communities, where they partner very deeply, like long-standing partnership. And they benefit from those connections, the communities benefit from those connections, and those are severed right now. They're paused. And that really creates a lot of stress and trauma as people's work lives and research lives are disrupted. And I'd say some of the funding difficulties that our sector has endured for many, many decades, we need a stable infusion of funding, a mechanism put in place by a strong federal partner here in Canada, working with the provinces in order to fund our sector so that we don't have the burden of a pandemic falling on the shoulders of the most vulnerable among us, among our instructors, many of whom, as is the case elsewhere, are racialized academics, Indigenous academics, women, and academics with disabilities.
So for just a final question in the few minutes we have, Brenda, I know that I keep mentioning Betsy Devos because this has just been, she's had a feeding frenzy of all the bad things that could possibly happen and jumping in to see if she could take advantage of this horrible situation. And a lot of it was for-profit schools. Now, we in the K-12 world thought the world was coming to an end when they started talking about for-profit charter schools and voucher schools several years ago. But for decades, higher education has been dealing with for-profit universities and colleges and trade schools. Are you seeing any movement that is afoot with the for-profit higher education world that's being impacted by this pandemic?
We see some signs of that. It's not as typical in Canada as it would be perhaps for you in the Devos empire. I think what we see is during the pandemic, very fortunately, and just to pick up the theme of the day, we've seen our associations take the lead by filling that contact gap. In the gap left by the Move Online, we've seen our associations commit to compassionate, energized leadership and representation of a mobilized membership in order to kind of short circuit and make sure that that doesn't happen in our sector here in Canada. So what we've been encouraging our associations to do, and what they have done, is get in there, communicate to their members, maintain that contact, fill the information void, and continue to mobilize online.
Brenda, that I couldn't imagine giving better advice to the members and the leaders and just the community advocates that are on this call. Thank you for hanging in there for so long and for giving us this important voice from higher education. We're going to turn now we're going to go back to Nadine. And Nadine, I think you're going to take us to Quebec.
Yes, I am, Lily. So I want to thank you and Brenda for that last conversation and, of course, that long video from Quebec. We're now going to Quebec again, where Centrale des Syndicats de Québec, I hope I did a good job of pronouncing that, combines teachers, professionals, support staff, universities, daycare workers, nurses, and staff in the health and social sectors, services, and other sectors. They are sharing with us two very different videos. Let's watch them.
Je suis tuteur d'un groupe de 5 et 6. On doit, entre autres, faire le programme du 3e cycle, mais on doit aussi s'assurer que nos grands de 6e année sont prêts pour le secondaire. Je suis un peu leur maman, leur infirmière, leur psychologue, leur conseillère, mais surtout enseignante. À Saint-Marc, on ne fait pas partie de la communauté urbaine de Montréal, donc le 11 mai, on était de retour en classe. On a travaillé pendant 6 semaines dans les conditions sanitaires avec les enfants. C'était beaucoup d'adaptation. C'est vraiment beaucoup de temps de faire de plein de choses qu'on n'a jamais fait, qu'on n'a jamais mis dans nos routines. Puis le stress, c'est quand même quelque chose d'important parce que c'est des normes sanitaires, c'est la santé de nos élèves, c'est notre santé qui est en jeu. Puis comme on n'avait jamais fait, j'enseigne depuis 22 ans, puis j'ai trouvé ça très difficile quand même. On voit pas grand-chose, j'ai descendu la toile. Le ménage est fait. C'est certain que d'être en présence des élèves puis d'avoir vécu si intensément ces 6 semaines-là, les vacances sont vraiment bienvenues. La famille apprécie qu'on puisse relâcher, puis elles font vraiment du bien. La COVID, ça a vraiment tout changé là, dans notre façon de faire, d'intervenir auprès des élèves, de même corriger les cahiers. Pour moi, comme pour les élèves, ça demandait beaucoup de résilience. Moi, je pense que ça nous a montré qu'on était faites fortes, puis qu'on était capable de s'entraider, puis qu'on était une équipe solide. La COVID a démontré l'importance du rôle des enseignants, mais aussi du rôle élargi, pas juste de pédagogue qui transmet des savoirs, mais en temps de pandémie, la priorité est devenue de prendre soin de la santé émotionnelle de nos élèves. Ce qui était plus important pour les enfants, c'est de savoir qu'on était là pour eux, qu'on pouvait les aider. Puis, comme professionnels, on pouvait les orienter aux bonnes personnes. On est tellement habitué de mettre l'accent sur le programme. Là, il fallait dire, OK, on va aller au savoir essentiel, puis on va se préoccuper du bien-être des élèves. Mais ça fait des années qu'on enseigne le programme, alors c'était vraiment du lâcher-prise, je pense. C'est difficile de faire face à quelque chose comme la COVID qui évolue constamment puis que les scientifiques sont en train d'apprendre au fur et à mesure. Parce qu'on n'est jamais sûr qu'on fait la bonne chose. C'est juste que c'est difficile, il faut le réaliser. Il ne faut pas arriver à l'école de la même façon qu'on le fait d'habitude. Il faut arriver avec de la résilience, de l'entraide, puis beaucoup de compassion pour les collègues puis pour les élèves. J'essaie vraiment de focusser sur le post-COVID, mais sur les aspects positifs. Ce qu'on devrait changer ou garder, c'est le 15 élèves par classe. Parce que à 15 élèves, je suis capable de prendre soin de chaque élève, de voir son besoin puis de l'accompagner. Ça a de l'impact sur la valorisation de notre travail, d'avoir le temps de bien faire le travail. Ce qui m'anime, c'est ce qui m'a animé depuis le début, c'est-à-dire le regard des enfants, de voir qu'on est important, puis de savoir qu'on est là pour eux, mais on est à la bonne place. On est aidant, on est des acteurs importants de la société, Puis, il faut être capable de le revendiquer. Je suis fière d'aider la génération de demain, puis je le fais toujours de mon mieux.
Comment j'ai vécu le début de la pandémie? Je dirais un peu sous le choc d'une certaine façon. On est tombé en pause et puis on s'est dit à ce moment-là, oh, aïe aïe, c'est gros. Je suis professeur d'histoire au cégep de Sorel-Tracy. Et quand ça s'arrête d'un coup, tu te demandes toujours quand est-ce que ça va repartir. J'ai 3 jeunes enfants. Pour eux autres aussi, ça s'est arrêté. J'avais un désir de leur faire l'école à la maison aux autres aussi. Tu sais, je voulais pas qu'ils perdent ce qu'ils avaient acquis à l'école. En tant qu'enseignant, tu veux leur enseigner, tu vas faire l'école à la maison avec eux. Mais là, tu peux pas parce que tu enseignes déjà en ligne avec tes étudiants. Ma femme, elle, travaille comme éducatrice spécialisée. Elle aussi, ça a continué. Elle travaille à l'extérieur également. Donc, il y avait aussi cette angoisse-là, ce que ma blonde va attraper dans les milieux où elle travaille, justement, le COVID. Alors, c'est tout ça, là. C'est vraiment, là, on jongle avec ça, puis on fait du mieux ce qu'on peut, là, ultimement. Là. Mon rôle a changé pendant la COVID dans la mesure où on a développé de nouveaux outils pour pouvoir livrer un peu le même travail qu'on livrait avant. Là. Nos étudiants vivaient de l'anxiété, alors on a dû justement combattre cette anxiété-là. On n'était pas pendant la grippe espagnole, on n'était pas dans une tranchée de la Première Guerre mondiale, on vivait une pandémie, mais c'est une pandémie avec les outils qu'on a aujourd'hui qui va probablement s'avérer moins dramatique que ce que vécu nos ancêtres. On a dû faire ce qu'on appelle la formation à distance, donc réadapter tous nos cours, puis pour les transférer vraiment sur un mode, disons-le, virtuel. Je crois sincèrement qu'il y avait besoin, ces étudiants-là, de ce contact-là. Ça les rassurait. Donc, ça les a mis dans une espèce de routine. On poursuivait cette routine-là à travers le chaos qu'on vivait. Je pense que le rôle du professeur, ça a été une espèce d'encre pour les ancrer dans la réalité, tout simplement. Et puis ça, c'est fondamental quand on vit, à mon avis, là, une situation aussi chaotique que celle qu'on a vécue, du moins au début de la pandémie. Je pense pas que la COVID va avoir changé ma profession. Mais, cela dit, il va falloir développer des nouveaux outils pour offrir la même prestation de service, si on veut, qu'on faisait en tant qu'enseignant, du moins au départ. Donc, est-ce qu'après le COVID, on peut s'imaginer que ces jeunes-là ou cette humanité-là, je dirais, repartent sur de bonnes bases? En fait, on le souhaite et on espère que les lieux comme les cégeps, c'est un endroit où on va pouvoir faire réaliser des choses à ces jeunes-là et qu'ils puissent eux-mêmes ensuite redéfinir un monde qui serait peut-être meilleur. C'est un peu naïf de le dire, mais on l'espère. On espère qu'un prof va rester un prof avec toutes les dimensions puis les facettes que ça comprend.
Well, Lily, can you believe it? It has been 4 hours. Yep.
Well, we are. I think the right people to play cleanup and get to the end of all of this. Nadine, you have been wonderful. What an honor it is to work for you and to work with you. I can't wait to see you when we can actually give each other a hug and write a paper day. But I love this day because it means that we are not letting anything stop us. Not from teaching, learning, connecting with each other, using new learning tools. Learning is our business, so this is what we do, and it's why we're here. And I can't let anything stop us.
It has been an awesome 19 hours. Our teachers, support personnel, other educators taking on one of the biggest challenges in our lives and facing it with courage, ingenuity, on behalf of the most important persons in our lives, our students. It has been my absolute pleasure doing duties with you, Lily. It has been amazing. I've been getting feedback in the chat about what an exciting person you are and people are wanting to meet you. But we have to go back to the hub now. Are we ready next year?
I am totally ready. I think we've learned a lot this year. Hasta pronto, Nadine. And we will see each other soon. We are now to take this back 24 hours later to EI President Susan Hopgood in the late morning in Melbourne. And EI General Secretary David Edwards, I think it's about 3 a.m. in Brussels, so we know that he's just dancing the night away. I know David is right away because this was a very special day, and I think we brought it to life. Good morning, David and Susan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nadine, Lily.
Morning, guys.
Well,
thank you both very much for closing us out. I think you did a fantastic job. So thank you, Nadine. Thank you, Lily. That was fantastic. Couldn't ask for anything more. Thank you so much. Well, colleagues, here we are at the end. But Susan, before we end, I think we have a couple additional partner voices we want to share with everyone.
We do, David. I can't believe we're actually at the end, 24 hours later, and you're still awake. There you are in the middle of the night in Brussels. Yes, I think we have videos from our partners, GPE, ILO,
and UNESCO.
And UNESCO. So let's go to our videos.
This year's World Teachers' Day is unlike any other. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted classroom learning and highlighted the devastating effects of school closures around the world. During this time, you have continued to be the transformative force in the lives of your students, and GPE celebrates your role as teachers, motivators, and role models for many children. This year, COVID-19 has created an education emergency. Despite the huge challenges the pandemic has brought, you have gone above and beyond to find new and creative ways to engage your students academically, socially, and emotionally. Some of you have had to adapt your curriculum, support students and their families at a distance, and adjust to new ways of teaching. Others among you are managing the new world of a classroom learning with face masks and social distancing. Despite these challenges, you have provided students with a critical sense of normalcy and stability at a time when the pandemic has upended every aspect of children's daily lives. GPE is working hard to support lower-income countries improve the quality of education by helping to provide training and keep you motivated and supported in the critical work that you do every day. In 2019, GPE helped train more than 465,000 teachers. Our recent COVID-19 education grants have provided over $35 million worldwide to help teachers adapt to new distance learning methods. In Zambia, we're helping train teachers to use SMS, WhatsApp, and radio phone-ins to monitor student learning and stay connected to students who are at risk of dropping out. In Pakistan, we're supporting teachers to develop distance learning strategies, conduct learning assessments for students, and provide remedial education for those who have fallen behind. Teachers, you are the backbone of the education system. You are the ones who inspire children every day. You provide them with the tools to shape their future. This is no small task. This year, more than ever, you deserve to be recognized for your transformative role in the lives of students around the world. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear teachers all the world. It's a great honor for me to be with you today to celebrate the 2020 edition of World Teachers' Day. And I extend my warmest greetings to all and each of you, teachers, school leaders, staff who have joined this virtual meeting. And thank you for that. Well, UNESCO has been proud to convene World Teachers' Day since it's the beginning, over 25 years ago. We are particularly happy to recognize our long-standing partnership with Education International, an organization which plays such an important role globally in raising awareness and ensuring that teachers' voices are heard at the global, regional, and national level. But This year is a very special one, we know. This is more important than ever at a time when education has experienced massive disruption due to the COVID-19 crisis, when learning inequalities has been magnified. Teachers, we really saw from the very beginning of the crisis, have been on the front lines of the crisis itself. And it's a crisis, as you know, which has affected, at the peak, 1.6 billion students worldwide. Teachers have gone to extremes to maintain bonds with their students, to keep in touch with them, to keep and save the human component, the human touch, and to ensure, of course, a learning continuity. So once again, we are reminded that teaching is not just one of the many, many words in professions, but it's a very special one. It's a lifelong vocation. Today, schools remain closed still at national level in over 50 countries, affecting more than 800 million students. So it's still something. And teachers are faced with uncertainty, as all of us, over school reopening, over how teaching will take place, how to make up for learning losses, and not least their own safety, of course. They must be fully supported. This is the simple message I want to say. They must be fully supported throughout the recovery and beyond that, through training, through professional development, including to be equipped with digital skills and appropriate remuneration. Well, without investment in teachers and increasing the attractiveness of this profession, this critical profession, will not achieve the promise of universal primary and secondary education for all by 2030, quality education for all. This is a long calls for an additional 69 million new teachers. Teachers are a priority for UNESCO. Last April, in the wake of the COVID-19, as you maybe remember, we launched an innovative initiative, the Global Education Coalition, which counts today over 150 partners, including Education International. And the coalition now is working and taking action in more or less 70 countries all over the world. And one of the flagship, one of the most important, one at the very beginning we launched within this coalition is Global Teachers Campus. It will provide the teaching community with much needed digital skills and distance learning pedagogies, tools, and support. This kind of initiative will help us work with teachers, with all of you, in order to build better. At the forthcoming Global Education meeting, we will call on world leaders to support all teachers as frontline workers. We do believe that this is one critical point in the coming months and in the coming years as well. Through policy guidance, through networking, advocacy, monitoring, and normative work, UNESCO will continue to support all of you, all teachers of the world, so that all learners on the other side everywhere can benefit from quality, inclusive education, and once again, socio-emotional support. That is something very much important in order to have a quality education. We look forward now to our continued partnership with Education International in this shared endeavor. And I wish you the best in our shared celebrations today.
This year's World Teachers' Day is unlike any other. At one point, the COVID-19 pandemic closed schools in nearly every country in the world. More than 1.5 billion learners were affected. And right now, teachers in many countries are struggling to launch a new school year. Throughout the pandemic, teachers have shown leadership in the classroom, in schools, and in the community at large. They've quickly adapted to distance learning techniques and technologies. Many had to make personal investments in the tools and materials that they needed to do their jobs. And today, they are initiating new teaching practices that can promote learning whilst being safe and accessible. And throughout the crisis, teachers have played a vital community role, delivering important, reliable information about the pandemic and helping learners, parents, and others deal with mental stress. And as we look ahead to building a better post-COVID world, we have to ensure that teachers receive the support that they need to continue this important leadership role. First and foremost, we have to protect them in doing their job. We must make sure that schools have adequate safety procedures, and that includes physical distancing and appropriate protective equipment. And teachers need adequate health and leave benefits so that they can stay at home if they or their families fall sick. And they need better training to use distance learning technologies and do it in the most effective way. And they shouldn't have to bear the costs of these tools themselves. These are immediate measures, but we also need longer-term changes if the pandemic is not to make inequalities in education even worse, and we cannot allow COVID-19 to leave that as its legacy. We need to create more resilient education systems that offer teachers decent wages and working conditions. Teachers should be encouraged to innovate and to lead new approaches in education, and they should be given the strong voice in developing the policies that will underpin these stronger education systems. Changes like these will make teaching a natural career choice for young leaders who want to contribute to their community and to shape the talent of the next generation. Qualified, motivated, and well-supported teachers with decent work will be essential if we are to deliver on the promise of building back a better society after COVID-19. And so the ILO is proud to join Education International and our sister UN agencies, UNESCO and UNICEF, to support teachers as leaders so that we can work together to create a better tomorrow.
Important messages.
Hi,
David,
colleagues.
don't you think, from our
Hi,
partners?
Susan.
Hi, David. Important messages that we've just heard from our partners on World Teachers' Day. And it's just a continuation of the, I guess, celebration of teachers that we've heard, the recognition of teachers. There's so many words that have come, that have been used in the last 24 hours. Of course, one of them being unprecedented. But at this point in time, I just reflect that, it's only, just over 12 months since we finished World Congress, where we pledged to take the lead and promote democracy, trade union and human rights, the teaching profession, the strength of our unions. And don't you think that the last 24 hours has shown that that's exactly what we are doing?
Absolutely. I think, Susan, that what we have seen is, in many ways, that which you would probably expect of us, to find a way forward. Of our members, we always find a way. Despite whatever challenges or things or obstacles that are thrown in our way, we lead because we're a collective. We're not just an individual trying to find its way. We are a collective structure, a union structure that makes its way, that builds and constructs and moves forward and designs and develops and learns and wins. And I just want to thank you, Madam President, for believing in us and for your leadership in making this possible. I want to thank member organizations around the world for all the outpouring of videos and ideas in a very short time frame, basically 2 months. I want to thank the interpreters who made this possible for us to be able to hear each other. I want to thank the staff who were behind these cameras, in the regional offices, in their homes, out there right now here at EI head office, who've just worked around the clock tirelessly to make this possible. I want to thank the moderators who have guided us and supported us as we traveled around the world to visit our members in the challenges that they're facing and understanding the context that they're in and the way in which they're taking the lead And I want to thank the production team who's put together a fantastic technical platform for us to operate on. We have taken the lead, Madam President, and I think we have much to be proud about.
And I absolutely agree. And I would just add one more thank you. I think we all want to thank you, David Edwards, for having a plan and sticking with it and getting us to the end. It was a brilliant day, and I think we all should be very proud. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. Until next time.
What is it that we see? What is it we see over there? Aren't these some people that we know? Colleagues, let me welcome the EI Band. Delegates, the Congress has now adjourned. Safe travels, everyone.